We're all set for another exciting day's bowls from the Hopes Dunedin Stadium, where we have the final day of the Somerset Champion of Champion Peers. And today we're going to see a couple of games. The first of those will be a women's semi-final match, and then we'll have the men's final later today. The competition started Friday morning, and the interest has been really fantastic in the Otago area. And as you can already see, a lot of people in the background behind the glassed area. I'm John Macbeth, and we're looking now at the women's road to the semi-finals, where we see Sarah Scott and Bronwyn Stevens have beaten the Waimate combination of Mata Frankham and Julie Robbins to get through to the semi-finals, and their match against Deb White and Bev Corbett of Hinawera will be the game that we are watching. And today I'm joined by Joe Edwards and Alex Reid, and guys, I think this is going to be something really interesting, isn't it? Because we've got name players, pretty much, people who've been on either in New Zealand teams or on the fringe of New Zealand teams, contesting this semi-final with the road through to the final for them. First of all, you, Joe, good morning.
Hey guys, yeah, good to be back again today. Looking forward to this game. As you said, John, all four have been, in New Zealand squads and development teams. So, yeah, looking to see a lot of really close bowls and really good shot play.
And Alex, good morning to you. A day off yesterday. I hope you made good use of it.
Yeah, it was an okay day, John. I lost a final, so that's okay. I'll survive.
Oh.
I'm happier behind the microphone watching bowls. But yeah, looking forward to this game. I think, like you said, or like you and Jeff both said, everyone here knows what it is to be a champion, and that's what they're looking to do today in the semi-final, and I'm looking forward to 18 really good ends of bowls.
Dare we ask who you lost to, or do you not want to give them any credit?
No, I'll give them credit. It was indoor bowl, so it's they
Yep.
defended their title. A lady called Leslie Monk skipped, and Matthew Ellis played lead, and they won it last year, and they won it again this year. So that's some consolation, I suppose.
Cool. Oh, well
Back
done
to the
for getting
bowls,
that
John.
far. Yeah.
Quickly back.
Yeah. So our leads today are Bev Corbett from Hinawera and Bronwyn Stephen. She's a Stevens, I think, isn't she? Bronwyn Stevens, Northeast Valley. And we'll get an eye on the bowls. It's quite good when they've got different coloured bowls. We don't have to rely on the stickers so much. The Northeast Valley combination have just really only about 10 minutes ago finished their previous match, and they played against that Waimate team, which we saw yesterday in action, and it was the second time they'd played them. So they beat Waimate 23-8 in the qualifying, but it was much closer. It was only 2 shots difference. So Scott now on the mat, her first bowl of the day, playing that ditch side. Is a very experienced player who's been in the Blackjacks development squad and represented New Zealand at the Hong Kong International 3 or 4 years ago. And this woman here, Joe, she's had plenty of experience, Deb White.
Yeah, she's she's won a New Zealand singles championship. Went to the World Champion of Champions where she got beaten in the final. And they, put her into the New Zealand squad and got selected to play at the World Bowls in 2020. She would have been receiving her cap, her debut, and unfortunately, a horrible COVID thing came along, and her hopes were dashed. Didn't get to play, and has been in the squad for the last couple of 3 years, but unfortunately hasn't back into that top team. So. Yeah, look, knowing Deb, she's a really, really competitive, and she'll just want to not so much show what the New Zealand team's missing or whatever, but she'll certainly want to put on a really good performance here.
Gosh, our Bowls viewers might recall she was one of the stars, wasn't she, of that initial Bowls 3-5 that we held up in Auckland, and that. The Hinawera Heat, as they became known, and still are, of course. So she's playing with those
really good
black
start
bowls.
Really good start by Bronwyn Stevens leading up. Held a 3 when they turned over, but 2 really good bowls by Deb there. First bowl getting a really good second, and the second bowl just tucking it round the corner so doesn't look vulnerable.
Not a million miles away with this bowl. Sarah Scott, beautiful weight with both the second and third, but just sort of a little bit wide and a little bit narrow.
So White and Corbett, they won this event in 2014 and 2018, so vastly experienced. Been enjoying their time in Dunedin. I pick up the odd Facebook comment, and Deb White's quite prolific in that regard, and talk about what they got up to over the last couple of days or nights when they weren't playing bowls. I won't go any further. All good stuff. Sampling the restaurants and cafes and a bit of the sightseeing in Dunedin. It's a great place to visit, and a lot of people, particularly from the top of the North Island, don't get down to the southern part, and yet they must hear all these rave reviews about, you know, the things to see in Dunedin and further south, like the Catlins and, you know, into Southland and Central Otago. And it's bowls can get you there if you're willing to just enter events and travel at the same time and enjoy yourself. In the summer's better.
Oh, it's a beautiful place to be. We were lucky enough to go down to Arrowtown just a month or so ago and did a wee coaching session at Arrowtown Bowling Club, and then went into Taonau and Milford Sound, and it's just absolutely stunning. Just a beautiful part of the world.
So Bev Corbett leading for Deb White from Hinawera.
Vastly experienced player.
Yeah. She's been playing 40 years, and for all of that time she's been at the Hinawera club. I mean, it's a family club for them, isn't it, Alex? So
yeah, if you look on the honours boards, there's lots of settlers around. A wonderful club, Hinawera, with a long time they had the largest green in New Zealand, a 40 metre by 40 metre natural green. They've just got the one. Okay. I've been there a few times. Maybe it's so big I remembered it as two greens. It's a lovely club. Again on the forehand.
So both her mother and father are life members, and her two brothers, John and Stu, are life members at the Hinawera club. Now she's on to form. She was a bit scratchy with that first one, and you could see that she was just finding a way.
A little bit hard for the Hinawera team, you know, coming off the bye in the first game. You know, there's nothing that replaces the actual match play. I know you're allowed to practice for pretty much as long as the game has been going on, but you're just rolling up and you're not getting that hardness, toughness of the competition. So, yeah, it will probably take them a couple of innings to get into this game, but I'm sure it won't take long at all.
They would have been pleased, wouldn't they, Joe, with just only dropping a one on that first end. Deb did a really good job of salvaging that first end.
And it's the role of a skip. You know, we all want our leads to go bang bang early and jump on, you know, smother the jack. But sometimes it doesn't happen like that, and it's up to the skip to keep them in a game. You know, get second shot here, kill an end, draw the shot, and hopefully your lead, and especially obviously in pairs, will come right. But you know, early on the game, you can really, if your lead's not going good and your skip can't get you out of trouble, you're pushing it uphill a little bit. So, you know, very good pass mark from Debbie in that first end. Second shot, had another one relatively close. So just held them in it. You drop a 3 or 4 in that first end, and it's not all doom and gloom, because you'd rather drop it in the first end than the last end. But yeah, not a good way to start a semi-final.
So Sarah Scott, as we've often mentioned, this Scott name in this not deep south, but the Otago, Central Otago region is well known, and Sarah is father is Terry, who's been coach of Canada in recent years, and as a former national title holder himself. She's works as a fisheries officer in Eastern Southland in Invercargill.
Not far away here from Deb. Just watch it.
Ooh.
Oh, beautiful line, wasn't it?
Yeah. And you could see Bev was thought it was just going to get a flick off that pink bowl and go in. It wasn't far away.
Oh, pretty much nailed their line in this. Zen coming back here. It's good to see. And finding that
Lovely
line
bowl.
early, it's a great bowl. It's a big part of the game, is obviously finding that centre line. Lots of things come from that, so they'll be pretty pleased that they've settled in. Found that early.
Very smooth delivery there from Deb. Looking to make a correction, that little correction off her first bowl that sits at 6 o'clock. She's got a couple of claps from Bev, so that's a good sign. Lovely shot. What a bowl.
Wow, great shot. Again, 1 or 2 down, draws the shot. It's they're big bowls early in the game. And it gives her a hell of a lot of confidence too.
On the right line here from Sarah, just down to how much weight she's got.
Short of a
Beautiful
gallop.
track.
Oh.
Wow. Just a revolution.
Sarah's last bowl in is that Jack Lowe. Sarah's last bowl in. Jack Lowe. And the white one behind.
Nice to get these insights into the players' commentary, the back and forth.
Yeah, just repeat, Deb. Throw another shot.
Yeah.
Doesn't look thrilled with it.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be crossing the centre line in this position.
Oh.
She's not bad. She's given it a fair crack.
Yeah, good bowl. That was the way she was looking to miss as well, wasn't it? So you know you're not going to be tight.
100%.
Just draw level to the jack and err slightly wide. If your bowl sits down, it's happy days, and if it doesn't, you haven't made anything worse.
Yeah, good point you make there, Alex. Often, you know that as she asked how far over was the white bowl past the jack, so she knew she could not be narrow or even, or it's certainly not narrow. So
Yeah, just
err on
the ways to err.
Yeah.
Yeah, and knowing that it's it's a foot away, so she has got a foot, so she can be a foot wide on the wider side. So just getting that,
I think we've
just
had
getting
some
that
green
visual
taken.
as to
Sorry.
how much room.
Oh dear. All right.
My mood changed.
So the jack re-delivered. It was just thrown out of bounds there by Bev Corbett, which means that it gets sent back to be re-delivered by the non-offending lead. Leading off on the forehand. Lovely line.
So Bronwyn Stevens, also a former national development team member and plenty of international sport experience too, as a former national powerlifter representative.
Yeah, she's not a big lady, but jingo, she can She can certainly squat
Yeah.
a lot. My word,
It's a
some
lot.
of her the figures that are coming out that yeah, the weights that she can squat. She's, like I say, not a big lady. There's not a lot of her, but geez, it's all muscle.
Bit like yourself, Alex.
Yeah. Well, that's not what I was going to say. It's just it's interesting to me. I think bowls is one of the sports that you can pick up after you've had a competitive career in anything else, really, which I quite like. And I think it's a lot down to if you're a competitive individual, I think the mindset's quite helpful, and whether it be powerlifting or rugby or for your golfers, which I suppose is a bit similar to bowls, but any sport, you can pick bowls up afterwards if you're a competitive person and be well suited.
And how many people have said to you, gee, I wish I'd taken this up earlier. I played the other sport for a long time and I really enjoy it and still enjoy it, but gosh, I wish I'd taken this up earlier. Nice bowl here, just gets a wee slide.
Great shot. Yeah, it just grabs you, I think, as a sports person. I mean, I've played pretty much them all, and I firmly believe this is the hardest. And not physically, but just that, the repetitiveness, you can draw one close, why can't you draw 2 and 3? And it just keeps you going back to master it. And I mean, I've been playing for 30 years and, geez, I haven't mastered it, and I don't think you ever will, but it's what keeps dragging you back to the practice green. And I think that people that play other sports have that work ethic, the practice ethic that comes with bowls. And yeah, we all know that the more you put in, the more you get out of it. And bowls being such a touch sport, geez, you got to put the work in.
So Debbie, here, what do we think? Probably on the back end.
Have a look at that head again. Yep, looks like it.
Oh,
no, change the mind. Oh, there you go.
Naturally, the instinct would be to play the back end because you've got the whatever colour bowl it is, that's where the red stickers at 10 o'clock on the screen. But she must be comfortable just taking a nice line on the forehand side. I suppose it's whichever side you're comfy in playing.
And I think the bowl and the running on the forehand's on its flat, so it's going to need a lot more to push that in for shot, where the bowl, on the other hand, is on its running surface. They tend to travel a lot further when touched.
Using the same hand, Scott, going down that forehand. That's her leads pinkish bowls. At the moment, though, it's Hinawera who holds shot, at least one. White looking to just get around those couple. There's 2 there now. She just had the one, but her own stayed there. So
I think obviously the draw is around that pink bowl, and it's, people say, oh, you've got to get around those bowls. Well, realistically, you play as if there's not a bowl in the green. And you just draw into the jack, and you will. The bowl will turn, and we'll get around them if you've got the right line, obviously. Keep it simple.
So attempt 2 here from Sarah Scott on the forehand. Walking after a bowl, which is either a good sign or a bad one. Might be far away if she's got the weight
again.
right.
Yeah,
That's
well
lovely
played.
stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very good bowl.
They've only got 1 at the back, eh? We've got 2 at the back. Yeah, but they've got 1 at the back.
I think she'll be changing her hand now, playing down the backhand, little touch of the jack. Sit the white bowl once or twice.
Which is third shot again, sorry? Well, we had 2. We've got 2 seconds there.
Yeah, she'll be going hunting a little bit.
Yeah, and that's a good call, wasn't it? She said, asked, where's third shot? And she said, we got 2 seconds. Okay,
2 seconds.
that makes your mind up.
Yeah, fills you with confidence, Yeah. You can really have a good crack at it.
Needs it to get down, or A bit of
Uh-oh.
luck,
Get that
maybe.
off there.
Uh-oh, use it.
Oof, that would have done it.
That was a roller coaster.
Sarah's got a big grin on her face. She could see what was going to happen there. Now
And,
she
full panic
plays a
stations.
second. Yeah.
It almost plays out in slow motion too. Sometimes
Yeah.
you can see it happening.
Let's get that feeling, eh? Oh, it's a nice
Yeah.
line here again from
Close
Sarah
again.
Scott. How's your weight?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Oh, good bowls. It's lovely stuff. It's at least one. Just the one.
So 3 ends of this game gone so far, and it's 2-1 to the North East Valley combination of Bronwyn Stevens, who's leading with those pink spotted bowls. They look pink from here. And Sarah Scott with the white. A local combination representing Otago, having won their Champion of Champions Peers competition back when the sun was shining brightly, I'm imagining.
And North East Valley very well represented here. Both teams are in the semi-finals.
Mm.
It's got a great reputation too, hasn't it, over the years, the number of top players who came out of North East Valley. I think, and I probably need to check, that even those great older names like Gordon Jolly and Kerry Clark, Jim Scott, when they were representing New Zealand and winning medals at Commonwealth Games, I think they probably all played out of North East Valley. I'll get a text from Terry Scott saying you're wrong. Yeah, that's right.
No one's to know.
This is where you need a 5-year-old grandson or something here to just check it out for you in an instant. Wrong again, John. Oh, okay, sorry.
Go Bronwyn on the forehand. Let that one go with a little bit of a bounce.
Little grimace.
You know the moment has left your hand sometimes. Although maybe this one's actually quite good. Just, what's that? Maybe 4 bowls short of the jack, but beautiful track.
I think sometimes your body takes over a little bit. Sometimes you can let a bowl go a bit rough, but it's almost like your body knows you're going to, and it can make the adjustment.
You get your salvaging.
Yeah, and not every bowl's going to come out perfect, but I think just because it's so repetitive that you've done it a million times, your body kind of knows what it's doing, and it can make the adjustment. Well, you hope it can.
On a good day.
Yeah.
Third time lucky here for Bronwyn. On her forehand, she's had a track perfect twice. Just been slightly over and slightly under. How's the weight?
I think she thinks it's a bit quick by trying to pull her hand back a bit to slow it down.
Yeah, there, mate, you're only a roll out. Like, you look for the little port down there, you're finishing into here.
Well, I had to do a quick check myself on Gordon Jolly. So you guys probably don't remember his name, but he played at World Bowls Championships. He won a gold medal in the Commonwealth Games in 1974 in Christchurch. But he actually, it looks like he played out of the Leith Bowling Club. Is the Leith Bowling Club still going? That's what I'd like to know. Yeah, L-E-I-T-H, Leith. The Leith stream down there in Dunedin. So began playing in Oamaru at the Meadowbank Bowling Club. Joined the Leith Bowling Club in 1946 and went on to win 18 Dunedin Centre titles. Represented New Zealand at the 1966 World Championships in Sydney. He won that title with Norm Lash, Ron Buchan and Bill O'Neill. Some great names from way back then.
Great old names.
Yeah.
Jeez, your knowledge is amazing, John.
I know, and I'm not looking at it on a phone or anything.
Just off the top of your head.
Yeah. Well,
Close shot.
I
Close
remember.
bowl,
Look at
yeah.
this.
Great shot. A bit unlucky not to get the jack fat, but enough for one.
What's the story, sir?
So I remember that because I was living in Dunedin in the 70s, and the bowls scene there was really very enthusiastic as it is now. So at 1974, when the Commonwealth Games were on, and we all remember, if we watched that, Dick Taylor winning the 10,000 metres and so on. But amongst the gold medals was the New Zealand 4, and it was Gordon Jolly, Dave Baldwin, John Somerville, and or Jack Somerville wasn't he known as, and Kerry Clark. So, and Kerry Clark, I'm sure, would have played out of. Oh, I better check that too. Whether he played out of North East Valley.
He was out of a very small club, Kerry Clark. I don't think it was I don't think it was North East Valley. He was a very small club down there, I think.
Like Jolly, I think he was. They had a big association with Cromwell, as the Scott family do. Maybe they were all sort of interrelated down there.
Right, bowls. Let's look at the bowls. We got this on the back end. Sarah's played.
Oh, two pretty good shots.
The weight
Just a bit unlucky to get wooded there. She was all over it.
It'd be a really interesting dynamic with Bev and Deb, because for a long time their pairs combination was Bev was the skip and Deb was the lead.
Yeah.
So intriguing.
Well, they've been playing together for a while now, so they certainly know each other's strengths. And Deb's just a very, very good shot player, as well as obviously can draw a shot too. So I think they've got it round the right way. Blue bowl just needs a touch. Oh, give it a chance. You know, not too bad weight.
A good place to finish, really, isn't it, at that 6 o'clock mark by those two red stickered bowls?
It is. I think it's the best hand for Deb to play too. It just looks like that white bowl's touching the blue. So if she tries to sit it through, she could get off the blue and white onto the jack, which isn't really going to go in her favour either. So just a confident drawdown, that forehand for Deb to touch the blue, and Sarah's just drawing a shot on the backhand.
Steering it down.
Yes. Start to swing about now, you'll be happy.
Good area again.
Oh, imagine up and over on... Oh, goodness gracious me.
Three very well-weighted bowls by Sarah.
Looks like they're having a conversation about the back end, Joe. That would, you're almost talking jack movement at that point, aren't you? But you're not going to remove either of the white bowls without things moving towards the jack, because they're low of the jack. So once you hit them, they're going to the right as we see it.
Yeah, unless she's looking at playing it a bit quicker.
Yeah, I was going to say it'd be interesting to see what weight actually comes out of her hand here. You can see there's two black bowls at the back.
Yeah.
Wait and see, I suppose.
Yeah, she's going looking for it.
Yep.
Early in the game too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spring the jack across, end up with 4. There you go.
Easy game.
All right, it's not far away. Let's see what happens in
the
collision.
Area.
Oh, where's the white ball going?
Yep, there you go. On the edge, take the jack. Yeah,
what a
there
shot.
you go. Beautiful.
What a brilliant shot.
Be unlucky if she's only got 1 out of that, to be fair. Really well played.
Yeah, might need the tape.
It's helpful. Again, we'll just remind the viewers they've got the blue stickered bowls and the red stickered bowls, which is self-explanatory and does match up with the scoreboard at the top left. You'll see Sarah and Bronwyn on the red and Deb and Bev on the blue. 2. Yeah, good shot.
Yeah, well, that was... So 3-2, this tight semi-final. The winner will go through to play in the final, and we'll give you an update on some of the other scores, well, that other score in particular, the other semi-final of the women's. Jenny Anderson and Helen McIsaac of Picton they're playing Chris Telford and Michelle Robinson of Hastings.
Bev's having a little bit of a struggle keeping this jack straight. He's gone the other,
Stayed in bounds
overcompensated.
that time.
Stayed in. Yeah, Deb's just getting her to change it. Oh, I thought Deb was saying to change hands to this backhand, but
I think she did say that. I'm just not sure.
yeah,
Bev
I
saw
don't
it.
think Bev picked it up.
Sometimes, of course, the person on the mat doesn't notice what's happening down the other end. Play this hand, play this hand. I said, play this hand. Oh, for goodness sake.
In your own little world.
Yeah.
Played a good bowl regardless. Bronwyn on the forehand. It's a nicer delivery. And potentially rewarded here. We'll just see where the bowl does finish up. Good shot. It looked good all the way, didn't it? Out of her hand. Nice and smooth. Oh, don't like those little chalk. What are they called? The chalk pens. Find very hard to remove the chalk.
Oh, but it does enable the marker, the person who's marking, as we saw with Sarah Scott there, to put little designs on it. I mean, she could see that she was just wiggling along, you know, just...
Sometimes pictures, sometimes they leave messages on. I've seen teams leave messages on the bowl.
That's
Finally.
right.
Don't tell me you're not you put a little love heart on it or anything.
Yeah, that's right. Little rude messages. You know.
Depends how the team's going, I suppose.
That's right. Your last game, things like that.
If you've waited a while for the toucher, who knows what might be written on it. You know, Bronwyn endeavouring to do that again. Oh, just overplayed that one. Look at this. Where's it going to finish? Stay up on the paddock. It's not the end of the world.
She's got the Damien McKenzie smile as she delivers. She probably doesn't know she's doing it, but just had to. Or she might just nudge that on. No, underneath it.
I think Bev's generally got a smile on her face. It's
yes.
Pretty much always there.
Well, it's, you've known her for a long time too, Joe, because she was in that national development squad with you back in the late 90s.
Yeah.
And, and then she was selected for the New Zealand team for the Asia Pacifics in 1999, so playing for 40 years, so she's really been one of those players who's been right up at the top during this long career.
And she just loves it. She just still loves the game with a passion, you know. It's really good to see.
So the scratchiest head, I think, we've seen so far, we've seen some quite delightful bowls with the players all seemingly getting their line early, like on the second end. We were commenting on that. Gee, they've all got their line. And now, and as we talked yesterday, and I'm sure you did on Friday too, about, you know, various lengths, you can sometimes find that you think you've got your line, that's the line you want to take, but it's not working for you. So you know, that's when you change the length. You drag the mat out a wee bit and, you know, go into a different part of the green.
Yeah, or even just keep the same length, but play in a different part of the rink. You know, sometimes it's just that subtle couple of metres, move the jack, move the mat and throw the jack a couple of metres, you know, longer. So it's where you're going, but, you know, it's just an awareness that if you can't get back to the centre line, and it might just be that day, for some reason, the bowl's just not reacting the same, but it's up to you to be aware enough to be able to change something. But it looks like all four hands on this rink are pretty good. You know, they've all been able to draw a shot down there, so which is what you want from any rink, you know, just a confidence to be able to draw a shot.
Watch this bowl, see how far back it's going to come on the backhand side, making a correction from the first bowl. Bev thinks it's good.
That's very good.
Yeah, good shot.
Again, couple down, big bowls. Like,
They're harder than you think,
yeah.
aren't they, those ones? And
Oh,
more
they
important
are.
than it might appear. Oh, just asking
Yeah, we're
some
down. Hang on.
questions. Oh,
2 seconds, got the backer.
that's
Really
code for
good
hit.
call by Bronwyn. You know, real fills her with confidence. 2 seconds, got the best back. Go get it.
And it's only a second bowl. She's still got one to play.
What's going to happen in collision here? Watch the bowl. Oh,
Oh,
Gee,
well,
unlucky.
that could have gone better.
makes it a little harder. The target's a little smaller now, but still got the 2 seconds and the best back.
Where's it going to go? Half the speed, Dave. Where's it going to go? Well, I think we've got to look out here. If you cover these 2 bowls, all good.
Yeah, the discussion there is really good, isn't it? Where's the jack going to go? If she hits it with the next one, that's, you know, assuming that Sarah Scott will have another go. Where's it going to go? Are we covered out there? Will we go down a number?
Nice to have that back and forth with a lead who you trust to be able to read ahead and sense how it's going to develop.
Short shot now. Put it off. Touch is good.
Oh, that's interesting. So going back to the draw, Sarah Scott plays a perfect bowl. It's worth a couple.
Yeah, I suppose where the black bowl is now, there's less chance of getting it off without one of your seconds going. This way, she's trying to play the perfect shot. Touch the jack a foot for 3.
Oh, yeah, jackfish. Oh, gosh. Oh, not bad.
Yeah, just a yard short, probably, yard away.
Yeah.
I think she'll be feeling like she's right in the area, Sarah Scott. If you think about the bowls she's played, they all seem to, she's picked her line really well, and they've all looked like a chance. So we have some score updates, I think, John.
Yes, indeed. So the other women's semi-final, it's 4-2. That's Jenny Anderson and Helen McIsaac of Picton. They've had a very good series so far against Telford and Robinson of Hastings. The men's semi-finals, well, that's all tied up at 2-2. And Wilson and Bellis Aramahoa leading 4-0 after 4 ends. Or is that after 4 or playing 4? So anyway, so there it is. That's another close semi-final in a race for the final to play the winner of this game. Scott and Stevens down to White and Corbett by 4-2. So we'll update those for you reasonably regularly throughout this game. I know there's a lot of interest. I've had a look at that Picton Bowling Club website, Facebook page, and they're very active on there. And I saw them this morning saying, oh, we're not going to see Jenny on TV in the early games. And then, so we just wish them all the best. There's, gosh, a lot of interest out there. You've got numbers too of people watching, I know, Alex, and it's big numbers out there. And the comments that we keep getting, Joe, you'll be the same. People saying, oh, we've been watching it, it's great. And as you said yesterday, you know, bugger you, Joe, I've spent all day watching bowls and I'm not even a bowler.
That's all
Yeah,
your
look,
fault.
there's so many club members that are right behind these guys that are away, you know, representing their club and their district. So it's really good to see it on TV, but it's also really good to see a club member, club mate, you know,
Yes,
people that
yeah.
you play week in, week out with and against, and just to see them shine on the big screen. It's a really good thing, this live streaming, and it's just bringing a lot of people closer together, I think.
So the pink bowls there in the hand of Bronwyn Stevens. She's giving
Bryant.
Sarah Scott every chance. Yep.
Either wanted to hold or swing. Yeah, 2 good bowls.
Another good bowl.
Although a reasonably obvious plan for the third bowl, which is to get past the head. You can see there the jack going straight to 6 o'clock eventually.
I think both you and Dave yesterday Joe commented on the fact that, you know, your lead's third bowl and your skip's first bowl always should be the intention to be past, you know, nothing short with those two bowls. So if they're working on that, then you'd be playing into this a wee bit, wouldn't you?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, Bev has got one, you know, yard past, so it's probably not as important with this one because she can't really play with weight to take her own second one out.
She's close.
Got to play this with
Oh.
really, really good weight, which she has.
What
It's
a
a
shot.
really good shot.
Great. That's brilliant.
Really well
Two down to
weighted
maybe
bowl.
two up.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. And couldn't have
Yeah,
played it
she
better
just-
because she's actually
Yeah,
tucked the
she
jack
couldn't have
there.
played it with much more weight either, you know. You don't want to flop your own out for two down and looking a bit ugly, but yeah, Bev's second bowl, and well, the one in behind's it was a really good bowl. Just a lot of bowls, a lot of jacks move on the carpet, and which is a testament to the carpet that you're able to get that close. So yeah, the jacks always tend to move back 1 or 2 feet on most ends. So to have one back there, it just takes that pressure away of having to try and get there once there's bowls, a lot of bowls on the rink, and you're trying to get round bowls, and if you can get one in there early, it just takes that pressure away a little bit.
Viewers might have been looking at that last bowl and saying, "Oh, that was a bit loose." But if you'd noticed, Sarah Scott had her foot exactly there. She said, "I want one here." It's planning for the future. You know, it's the chess game of bowls.
Yeah, and it's not all about getting the shot. It's not all about having the shot when you turn over or even the first bowl of the skips. It's having the shot at the end of the end. I mean, that's the big thing. And if you can get bowls in place to make that a little bit easier for your second and third bowls, it's all about that.
On the forehand.
Close
Great
as well.
weight. Oh,
Great effort.
Well, she turned that over. That cuts down that little channel. A nice confident draw down there, finding the inside edge, that little channel inside the pink. Again, just possibly a little quick. You know, you need to be thinking that if you do miss, where do you want this bowl to finish? And, you know, if it looks a lot better if you've got a white bowl at the back of the rink there when you're playing your next one.
yeah. And I think where she asked for Bronwyn's last bowl to go, that's about the weight you'd think she would have been playing for. Yeah. Maybe a bit
With
past
that
that,
bowl.
but
Yeah,
yes,
I think so. Because also she can't afford to get rid of her pink one
no.
without something else. You know, I don't think she could get rid of the pink one with nothing else going, but
Oh, that's a good
you know,
shot.
it's starting to look a bit, yeah.
Well, the last thing you want to do is remove your bowl from the head and your collision bowl disappear, and then you're in a world of pain.
There's a lot of pressure on your last one. Oh, she's dropped the weight, which is good.
Inside out off the black.
Oh,
Taking one out.
That was
a
exciting.
lot
for a
better
second.
weight.
Yeah, nice bowl.
Not easy now, though, is it, with that same shot? But,
No.
oh, yes, it is. Yeah, she can. Well, we'll see what happens with Deb. She wandered down after that, followed it down to have a look at. So did Sarah. We're playing the 6th end of this, 18 ends.
Long walk back down to the delivery area.
Deb will just be looking for a, you know, just high of the centre line, about a yard past, just in case there's any bit of movement on that shot bowl onto the jack.
Just notice he changed her foot placement too.
To her right. That's just a nice cover bowl, isn't it? You know, you're just putting a bowl there or thereabouts.
Yeah, good bowl.
So do we think it's 3 blue on that head? Certainly looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
An important moment really in this game. Yeah, very smooth. On a reasonable line. How's the weight here?
Is she there?
Oh,
Oh,
no, she
gosh,
wasn't.
hardly.
Based on that, it was obviously looking for second shot.
2, 3, I think she's 3 it
Three.
was. Yep, 3 to Hinuera.
That's a great end from the White and Corbett combination.
That's well set up by Bev.
So they've scored on the last 3 ends. A 2, a single and a 3. So 7-2 after 6 ends now of the semi-final. The winner of this match goes through to the final to play the winner of the match between Picton and Hastings. It's a Somerset Champion of Champion Peers. Men's and women's both started here on Friday in the Hopes Dunedin Stadium. 20 men's teams and 17 women. All qualifying by virtue of the fact that they are the champions of their particular centres. So it starts with winning your club championships and then going on and playing the other club champions. You emerge from that victorious, and then you have the big opportunity of heading away to the Nationals, and that's what these couple here have done. North East Valley winning the Otago area and Hinuera the Waikato.
It's a really good event. I mean, you've got to treat everyone as world beaters, as champions, because they all are. You know, they've all won their local clubs, their, like you say, their centres. So they all know how to play the game, and even if you don't know them or don't know them by name or sight, you've got to respect them. You don't fear them, but you must respect them because they've all done well to get to this point.
And we've seen some teams that you would have expected to progress further, you know, might have had some name players there. And when we say name players, often it's those that we've seen on our live coverage or in the Bowls 3-5 live coverage that we had. And we read about them, or they've made a development team or been blackjacks, all that sort of thing. And you think, well, they'll be in. And that's not always the case.
Great
It
shot.
was our lovely correction. Yeah.
Beautiful
And that's
weight
the game of lawn bowls, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Switching to the backhand. Neither lead appears to have favoured a side on this rink. I suppose both hands look like they're playing nicely enough. Bronwyn now on the backhand side.
I think it's an indication too, Alex, that as Joe mentioned earlier, that both hands are consistent. You know, it's no trickery out there, no straighteners or anything like that. They're all seems to be playing pretty well.
If you ever want this one to keep running.
I want it to duck quickly. Oh, yeah.
Beautiful trick.
Great track.
May have scummed a second shot the way it sat against the bias, but you wouldn't think that it would be second shot by the end of this end.
No, you wouldn't.
And, Debbie are playing. Asking a bit from this bowl to come back. There we go. Yeah, second shot there from Bronwyn Stevens.
Yeah. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but was it coming this direction last time that we had a fairly scattered head? And I mean, when you consider what we had on the previous end going the other way, which was tight, and we've seen that often, you just wonder whether, and there shouldn't be any issue at all, but this is quite scattered in comparison to what we saw in the last end.
think sometimes you find that, as a lead, for instance, your opposition puts one a yard away and you put one a yard and an inch away. They put one an inch away and you draw inside it. It's a really weird kind of a game where, I don't know, subconsciously, are you thinking a lot more? Are you concentrating more? If you've got a yard to draw it, do you start thinking that you're a little bit more blasé? It's a funny thing. It's almost like good bowls trigger good bowls, and vice versa.
You sort of need targets in your mind. I think that's
Yeah.
probably quite right. That's a good point. Often you see, as we did there, a shortish bowl, and you stand on the mat and you think, oh, I've got 2 meters to draw this, and you end up, oh, hell, I'm 2 meters short too. So rather than getting an advantage that you stood on the mat thinking that you would get, you're all back to square one.
It's like that whole thing about trying to get a back bowl. It's a relatively short end, and they say, get a back bowl, and you think you've got acres to get one, but it's a real to be a lot more specific in where do you want the back bowl to finish, so that you go through that whole process, you go through your pre-shot routine with an image in your mind of exactly what you're wanting to achieve. So the preciseness, I think, needs to be in all your shots, not just get the best back. No, I want to finish on the tee, or I want to finish a yard off the centre line, 2 meters off the ditch. Be specific so that you can go through that whole mindset and the pre-shot routine, go through the process.
And I think we saw that with Bronwyn Stevens being very specific, just saying, look, we've got 2 seconds here.
Down you come, she says. Lovely line again. Sarah Scott's picking the track absolutely beautifully in this game.
She is.
And I bet Bronwyn Stevens is looking at the next shot, saying, well, if Deb White doesn't do this, I'll get her to play this shot. And you can't preempt, can you? Because your opponents are thinking the same. Oh, she needs to be careful she doesn't knock that white ball up.
Careful. Oh, dear.
No damage. You've got to probably presume that your opposition's going to play the shot too, because your opposition's allowed to play well against you, and it's not getting too far down the track.
May be.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah, I think that should be banned, actually.
High side again. Yeah.
Opposition playing well should be banned. Oh, look. So it ended up being a tight end after all that. Those last half dozen bowls all pretty much could be covered by the mat. But it is the Hinawera team, the Hinawera Heat, who grab another shot. They move to 8-2 ahead.
A little bit concerning for Bronwyn and Sarah. They have dropped the last 4 ends in a row. You just want to disrupt that scoring of ends in a row, even if it's just a 1. If you're scoring, they're not. And I think now, 4 ends in a row, it's starting to become a little bit. They definitely want to be scoring on this end.
And we saw the lead for Hinawera, Bev Corbett, play 3 fantastic bowls going this way last time on the forehand.
Yeah, playing around the clock on the forehand, Bev.
Yeah, intriguing.
Yeah, look, if it works, sometimes you just have to do it. Sometimes I think a lot of people favour a certain hand, and they do play around the clock. And as a lead, I suppose it's a little bit more. Yeah, you can do it a little bit more. As a skip, you're chopping and changing a little bit anyway. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you do as long as if you can get bowls close. It's happy days.
There's no rule, is there? No rule that says you must play forehand one way and backhand the other or anything. And if you're plonking them on like we're seeing here with these leads, then no reason to change unless there is a reason to change.
Yeah, and I think, as juniors, juniors coming through, we do tend to tell them. I mean, I got told this when I first started. You know, try and play up and down the same side. You know, it's similar weight, generally a similar green. You know, some rinks obviously don't allow you to, or you can just hit the centre line better around the clock, and that's fine. You know, as long as you can succeed in doing what you're doing.
And you see here, when I talked about unless there's a reason to change, here's the reason to change. And Sarah's saying, look, you have to change now. Or no, she's not, but there was a discussion about it. And that was, you know, that's what happens. You can play the same hand all the time until you have to change.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Willing this ball to hold up. This isn't
she's
far away
close.
from Bronwyn. Needs it
Good
to hold
shot.
and not slice. A little bit stiff with where the jack's gone, but it was well played, and she's got second and third now.
There we see the little squiggly line that goes on with the marker pen.
A little message. I've
You
seen
know how that works. It's a pink pen with a pink bowl.
Yeah.
Have to look really hard. Bev on the forehand again.
Yeah. Just came out a bit wonky, that one.
Ah, well.
Deb's laughing. She knows
She
it
said, good
happens.
weight.
Yep.
Good weight, Bev.
Bev just reading the Somerset wall.
Up close. Now the change of hand for Bronwyn Stevens. That's a good line, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's
Needs
pretty
the
close.
weight. She's close. She's
Very
close.
well
She's
played
got
here.
it.
What a
That is
shot.
Beautiful. Only perfect.
Great shot.
Lovely stuff.
Worthy of the low five from her skip, Sarah Scott, who comes back with her opponent, Deb White. It's Hinawera leading by 8-2. We're playing the 8th end. This is a semi-final of the Somerset Women's Champion of Champion Peers.
Deb with the first bowl. 2 down on the head. Lining up on the forehand side by the looks.
And if we go back to the last end, remember I say how scratchy it was that last end after the leads and skips switched over. And now we've got one that's very compact,
the
apart
opposite.
from, yeah.
The sublime to the ridiculous, and she's walked
Oops.
away from this bowl already.
Just inside the line from the start. I'd be happy with
Listen
that.
to what Bev said. What does Bev say? Good weight?
Good weight. Sometimes if you've got nothing nice to say, don't say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Sarah on the forehand. Trailing by 6, so they'd love to score on this end.
Maybe the back
Just
bowl
really
here, do you think?
Yeah, wanting this one past.
Yeah, you'd be happy. They'll look at that and think,
Yeah.
well, if we get a 2 out of this, it's good fishing.
Yeah, if I come down onto that pink, it might top it, eh? No. I was going to play.
Deb on the backhand. She talked about finding jack movement as the jack is touching the pink bowl. She need to get the left half of it, as we'll see in a second, if that's meant to happen.
Just trying to pop the jack to give her a chance with her last.
Yeah, they need to get it.
Pop the black.
Oh, it's another one in there.
It's not worse.
You'd be struggling not to hit something there, wouldn't you, if you're playing with weight? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bowls in a line. Sarah says, we're holding 2. What do I do now?
You don't want to make it easier, do you?
No.
Just see an indication from Bronwyn asking Sarah to put a bowl a few feet past the head at 6 o'clock.
So again, they would have heard Deb White say, if the jack goes, it'll go there, won't it? And so you're constantly looking, well, or why don't you just draw another one?
Yeah, I don't think that was the plan, but it might be good. A bit of mud in the eye.
I think she's going to have to change her hand again, I think.
Back to that original
Right in that
forehand
forehand. Yeah, sit the bowl. Just touch the
Yeah.
jack. Just a confident draw, just over the draw.
Certainly looks more inviting on our camera angles.
I just don't think she's going to get anything.
Bowl.
Yeah, down that back end.
And also, this is where that back bowl, the first bowl from Sarah Scott, comes into play. That's in your mind. So that's the back bowl. It certainly looks like a forehand onto the pink. Onto the pink, there's three of them there. Forehand onto the right-hand pink as we look at it.
Again, you don't want to pop this jack back and give
No.
Sarah a yard to draw another one because yeah, she's going to do that. She will punish you.
So on the forehand, Debbie White.
And with the position of her leads black bowls, this could be a very productive shot if she plays it well.
Yeah, the perfect shot is bit of the bowl, bit of the jack for three.
Yeah.
I think she'll take one.
She gets past the front one. Oh, she's walked away. She's walked away. She would have liked that.
Really well weighted.
Thirds. Yeah.
Very good weighted bowl. So, pinch of grass.
What do you do here, Joe? Oh,
Yeah,
that's
just take the one.
Yeah, fair enough.
She could have played down that backhand for a roll.
I reckon so too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Backhand. But
do you think they
take a
just
couple?
wanted to score an end? Had lost a few in a row, 6 down. They think, look, well, we'll get 1 or 2 or whatever it is, and then kick into gear.
Yeah, they needed to score, I suppose. And if you're not confident playing the shot, you ain't going to play it.
So was it 2, I think?
I think it was the 2 there.
Yeah.
We'll see in a second. I found as I've got, as I've played more bowls, I tend not to throw my bowl away so much. Not that I play much outdoor anymore, but I tend to try and do something with it if I've decided not to go near the head as like a practice.
Yeah. We were talking about that yesterday, Alex, and if you can't make the head any better, try and put your bowl in that may play a part in the end. Don't just throw it away.
And even just drawing to the ditch, just in case later on you have to.
As long as you take your green, John.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Oh, I'll just draw to the ditch. Like, oh damn, I'm narrow. Oh hell, I'm 5 down.
Sorry.
I've heard those stories. Always play with purpose because it's an opportunity, I think, just to learn something. As we see Bev, that's a good bowl.
Good shot.
It's a good start to this end from these 2 leads. As we see Bronwyn make her correction as well. How quickly is it going to get down? It might just nick past. A good bowl regardless.
Yep, good place. She stands and studies this. She thinks it's on that same line, and it is.
It's a nice track.
Great
well
stuff.
played.
As we say, a game for all ages, isn't it?
It most certainly is.
Bronwyn stalking down after this one. Oh, that's frustrating as a lead because all 3 of those bowls would have felt good out of your hand.
Think you make the correction? Yeah, just beat your last. Just beat your last, as she did by about a bowl each.
Yeah. Mind you, it probably would have been 3 shots going this way the last time.
Yeah, dead right.
Bev.
Yeah, she's not going to be short.
Make it 3 out of 3.
That's a good spot.
Be happy with that? on the crossover,
Yeah.
I think.
Like a mirror image there. So Sarah Scott on her back end. She'll want this first bowl to count. She's 2 down on the head.
Yeah, really, as a skip, you want to do it with your first one. You don't want to be put under pressure with your, definitely with your not your last one.
Sure.
She's
Well,
close to.
yeah. Sit.
Oh,
That was such a well played
yeah.
bowl for no result.
Second shot, yeah. In the area, pretty good.
Very nice delivery there from Deb White. Usually results in a pretty good bowl. Just see how much more running this has got in it. I'm not sure if it's got quite enough.
Just checking to make sure she can continue on that hand. Deb White bowl shouldn't have interrupted the line. She keeps that line. She was pretty good, wasn't she, last time?
Yeah, look, if fair to say, if she hits Deb's bowls, then she's tight.
She's narrow, yeah.
Beautiful track again from Sarah
Great
Scott.
line.
Because I remember us watching the North-South down here, Alex, wasn't it? Sarah Scott played a couple of blinders for the Otago team.
That was a wonderful event, ably
Yes.
hosted here at the Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium. And I think it was the debut of those. We hit the targets on the greens, didn't we? And that was something a little bit different. Now, how's the weight
Well, if her
of this
weight's
one?
good, she's done it. If she's in, she's... Oh, gosh, how frustrating.
Isn't it funny to think, if you think about Sarah and Bronwyn's 3 bowls each, they've played 6 bowls, and all 6 of them...
I agree with you, Alex.
Big bowl here by Deb.
Yeah.
Deb's got a couple of feet to draw a shot. These are really important in the game. You know, you don't win it on the last end or lose it on the last end. These bowls are big.
This is for 4, is it? If she... Ooh. Has she kept the 2? I think she might have had 3 at the time, did she?
Yeah,
maybe not.
3.
No. 2. See the board attendant there just changing those over, and we see it go into double figures now for the Hinawera team. Nothing worse than getting your hand jammed as you try to turn those things over. So 10-4, it's a sizable advantage now for White and Corbett, but we've only had 9. We're halfway. 18 ends is the semi-final. We'll give you an update in a few minutes from the other semi-final game. That's Jenny Anderson and Helen McIsaac of Picton against Chris Telford and Michelle Robinson from Hastings. And then we also have the men's semi-finals on at the same time. So 10-4, Hinawera ahead of North East Valley. First time in a couple of ends that Bev Corbett's left an opening for her opponent. She's going to take advantage of it.
Oh, nice little turtle onto the centre line.
Mm.
Full against the bias. Always good
that
when
makes sense.
you're a little bit short.
Alex just realised he turned his microphone off.
We got there. It's okay. Nobody panic.
No, we were just talking about you, Alex, actually, and said how nice it is that it's just Joe and me chatting. Yeah.
We thought Colin had muted you.
Finally got tired of it.
So an opening here for North East Valley.
Yeah, two good bowls. Again,
Yep.
not fattening it up, not fattening the target.
Come on, bud. So Deb White just encouraging Bev, who has played at a slow start, but came into the groove and has been there ever since. She dances across to her right, watches closely. I think she might like this, even though we haven't seen it yet. I think she quite likes it from her impression. Yes, she has. That's good.
Bronwyn will badly want to get a second shot here.
Yeah, like we said about having the bye in the first round, and not, the North East Valley pair had 18 ends on them at the start of the game, so it was probably always going to take a little bit to get into this game.
Oh.
Look at that line. Half a point for line, put it on the board.
Yeah.
If only.
Up by 10-4, but knowing you just need to keep the points coming. If they look at that now, we've got 8 ends to go, or 9 ends to go, and we're a point on each end would certainly give North East Valley the win. So it's theoretically, mathematically, it's in there for them, of course. Just need a couple on this end and a couple on the next, and then suddenly it's 10-8. That's a different ball game altogether.
Yeah, it can certainly change in a heartbeat, can't it?
Now on the forehand, as we expect from Scott, she's got that nice target of the second shot of Corbett's.
And has been playing pretty well in this game. I think fair to say she hasn't got as many results as perhaps she could have.
Yeah.
When you're in those situations, you feel like, well, if I keep playing as well as I'm playing, it swings and roundabouts, isn't it? Like at some point, instead of going through a gap, you'll be landing a bowl. So they'll feel like there's a chance for a number here.
Just got to constantly put your bowl in the right areas, don't you?
That's all you can do. As we see Debbie here on her forehand again, looking to make her correction. Nice delivery.
Get a track. Yeah, sit the blue critter down. Yeah, very good.
Yes, it looks such an easy shot here for Sarah Scott, doesn't it? Just bowl to my foot, sit on those 3 opposition bowls, and it's a second shot. Looks to be wide
she's
again,
got probably a foot, 18 inches to draw another shot.
Yeah. So great weight there.
Weight's
just
good,
Just as I was talking about her always being in the area with her line.
Yeah. Your fault.
Typical commentator's curse.
Yeah. So Deb.
Tighter line, all right.
Yeah. Gosh.
Pretty ineffective.
It's a wonder if she was in a bit of a hurry to get off the mat there. If you are going to chase your bowl, you've got ample time to get up there, but finish everything on the mat first. I think Deb was a bit, I hope this one's good. and is up
That's-
off the mat before the bowl's kind of gone. A little bit the same as Sarah.
Yeah, yeah,
What a fascinating 6 bowls from the skips there. Just sort of
yes.
almost on autopilot, it felt.
But the North East Valley combination get back to scoring. They've won 4 of the 10 ends. They're down by 10-5.
It is a fault of a few that, especially if you're not playing that good, you get on the mat and you go through the process, and right at the end you kind of go, oh, I hope this one's good. And with doing that, you lift your head, which means your arm lifts, which means your timing's slightly off. And it's just so important just to go through the process, finish your delivery, you know. If you're going to chase your bowl, you've got plenty of time to get up the other end before your bowl finishes. So just make sure you finish your delivery before you're on the run.
So we've got some
Good
updates
opener.
coming for you here with the other women's semi-final. So the Picton combination have a similar lead. Playing the 10th end, it's 10-3 against Hastings. And the semi-finals see the Geraldine combination leading by 7-3. And so the Bellis combination, I think last time we saw they were in front, but now it's the Derby Stevens team, 10-8.
Intriguing matches over there. Of course, we will be covering the men's final after this game, and then with periodic updates of the women's final that's going on, we'll go on in conjunction with that. And Bromman on her forehand. This is a pretty good correction.
Good shot, little touch.
Lovely bowl.
Very nice. Just starting to get a few more close as Bronwyn. A bit of pressure on Bev, which is what it's all about. Just trying to put your opposition under a bit of pressure and just pinch the line here a bit.
Just nicely blocking up the backhand.
Oh, she said something.
Bit quick, she said.
Willing that to stop. All right, third time lucky here for Bev.
It's not the worst place to finish.
No.
Oh, that's great from Bev. As Debbie's gone for a walk somewhere, so Bev just asking Sarah how far the bowler's behind the jack.
She looks a bit happier with this one.
After it.
Yeah, it's a nice grass. It's a bit short of weight. Ah.
Just want to go. Just feel like there's been a couple of opportunities in the last 2 or 3 ends for Sarah Scott and Bromwyn Stevens to get a small multiple and work themselves back into this game. Like on this crossover here, you see Sarah and Bromwyn holding 2 on the crossover. Sarah will be thinking, oh, if I play 3 good bowls, we should be getting a multiple here. Try and egg into that 5-point deficit.
A really big bowl here by Sarah. You know, if she adds another one, it just lumps that pressure a little bit more on Debbie.
It's beautiful out of her hand. That's very smooth delivery on this occasion. Now, it's whether you go, oh, she's around it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Sorry, team.
You're doing well there, Alex.
Thought it was.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, those short bowls of Bev Corbett's are just becoming part of the equation here, aren't they? At least for Deb White, it's one of her own teammates' bowls on the backhand for her, so she doesn't need to be worried about it. And as you constantly say, it's don't worry about that bowl because the odds are you won't hit it.
Yeah, it's only 4 inches wide. Oh, she's, oh,
Yeah,
I didn't
gee.
say anything
Jeez.
that time.
No.
Didn't say a word.
That's a pretty
I
good
was speaking
bowl.
on behalf of Joe.
It was a very good bowl, though. I mean, I thought that she was just around it. She'd drawn the shot, but second shot, she'll be happy.
Sarah on the forehand.
Just not dropping those big numbers.
Yeah. Nothing to collide with this time if she maintains that line. And if she does hit anything, it's hopefully hers.
Nothing to hit, John.
It's not been
I
our
think she was a bit
finest
short.
hour,
Oh, yeah, she was short. Absolutely.
She was short, John.
Oh,
I'll give you
gosh.
that one.
Yeah. That's bowls, hey? That's what makes it frustrating and
Oh,
at the
it
same
is.
time exciting, hey? So now she almost played the perfect bowl with her previous one. Got a wee edge which kept her out, but took her in for second shot. So she knows her weight was fine. She's gone a lot wider this time.
Is that every bowl makes someone happy?
Yep. So is she indicating to Sarah to play the backhand there, did you think, Joe? Bronwyn was just looking at that last shot or the second shot of Debbie's.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
is.
she
She is
is.
changing
Yeah.
hand, but not sure if there was a reason to do that, unless she's trying to play some sort of a shot. But
Well, she just said, sit on this and it'll give you a second
yeah,
shot. Yeah.
flop
and
off the black one.
Yeah.
How's the weight here? She's close.
Yes, very
Needs
good.
it to run a little bit
Yeah.
more. Brilliant.
Good
It's a
call,
great
Bronwyn.
changeover. Yeah, it is.
And good and expressing confidence in your skip too, even though on that previous end Sarah would have been disappointed that she didn't maximise the opportunities she had, and she's just not quite got there on her first two. She still said, no, you can do this round here, good shot, we'll get two. Confident shot too from Scott.
Just having a conversation here about what to play. I mean, there's that wall of bowls at the front. You have to
Yeah, I
pray
think
for some sort of luck if you are going to.
Bev wants her to
wait.
play tight and making sure she arrives.
Right, let's see here. This is the Deb's bowl coming into the head.
Had it
Something
square, you're okay.
Oh,
So good return there for the Northeast Valley combination. At two, they move to within three now. 11 ends gone. Stevens very eager to get the mat down, get the jack up to the length that she enjoyed coming this way last time.
and the length of the jack hasn't altered, hasn't varied much between the
No.
two leads. I'm playing very similar lengths, both of them. So, are you brave enough to completely change it and try and throw your opposition off, or are you confident to be able to change it, that you can jump on as quickly as possible? Sometimes we try and do something radical to try and upset your opposition, and it ends up stuffing yourself up. So whatever you're doing, you've got to be confident that you can get close.
Wow, good start, eh?
Great start.
Yeah.
She's come
Lovely
onto it,
bowl.
Bronwyn. These last 3 or 4 ends.
Have to be careful with the squiggly line, might move the jack. A light touch to mark that it was a touch-up.
Oh, look at this. You just feel, I know that Deb and Bev are leading by 3 now instead of the 6, but it's just every end feels like an opportunity for Sarah and Bronwyn just to get a little multiple and get a run going. That's the momentum. It seems like it's shifted just a smidgen.
I think that's the word, Alex, the momentum. We were talking about the 4 ends dropped in a row by the Northeast Valley pair, but you know, directly they've scored 3 in the last 4 ends, and yeah, momentum has switched a little bit.
Yeah. But Bev's, you could see her intention, she was narrow and light, but her intention was to get onto that shot, not with any great weight, just to unsettle it. And she's not a mile away this time, is she? You're just going to cut under.
That's a good bowl.
Yeah.
Well,
So Bronwyn Stevens, as mentioned earlier, has been a member of the New Zealand development squad previously.
I think she's currently in the wider blackjack squad too.
Okay, cool, yeah.
Yeah, I think she trialled for the World Bowls team, or the multi-nations team that played earlier this year.
Deb just asking for movement with this third bowl of Bev's, and we'll find that if she misses the head, her collision bowl, or the one in her hand, will finish in a really nice spot. So this is all about weight
Yeah.
control.
Oh, look at this gap.
She's close.
Lovely shot, eh?
Good shot. Very
Yeah.
good shot.
Nothing over the head now. Still 2 down, or 2 up, whichever way you're looking at it, 2 up to Northeast Valley.
Really well weighted bowl by Bev. I mean, if she missed, she's finishing a yard past. Yeah, she is 2 down now, but it gives Debbie a little bit more room to get to the jack.
Sort of open the head up that little bit.
Yeah.
Sarah on the forehand.
Yeah, she was wide with her first 2 coming this way last time and then overcorrected. So at least she's got that green's okay, but well short.
Deb's just trying to find that channel down the back end, just inside Bev's short bowls. Oh, a little bit off balance on delivery, but...
Still steering down this bowl. Now it's coming back. What's going to happen? Oh,
good shot. She's reduced it. Very good shot. And finished in a really good home too. Really well weighted bowl, you know. It's given her options.
On the backhand, or forehand, sorry.
Yeah, lovely line with the first.
Yeah.
Beat the wing pink and...
Yeah, see Bev Corbett just applauding that, saying, that's good, that looks like a good bowl. It was only halfway down.
What's the distance between the bowl and the jack's like that much, eh? Yeah?
Oh, it was a big gap, that one. I don't think it's quite that. But, yeah, sometimes I quite like that. So Debbie in her mind thinks she's got a foot to draw a shot rather than 6 inches.
On the backhand. When's it going to turn? Bev thinks it's
Great
good.
track again.
It's not far away. Look at this here from Debbie
What
Wallace.
a shot.
Onto the jack. She's got
what
it.
a shot.
Absolutely
That's very
magnificent.
good. It's a hell of a shot. However, it does leave it vulnerable. Northeast Valley team have got 3 seconds here. But, you know, Debbie had to play it, had to try and get the shot.
Oh, it's a huge bowl, really. We talked about the
Yeah,
momentum,
very
and
good
I feel
bowl.
like it was with Sarah and Bronwyn, and they can maintain it if Sarah can make this shot happen. Otherwise, he would just about say the rot has been stopped. It comes down to this one here.
Yeah, playing down the forehand underneath her pink. Just get rid of the black critter.
Sounds easy.
Got to aggressive.
Yeah, 3 seconds.
Anything can happen with
She's
collision.
looking.
Close. She's
She's
close.
looking.
Yeah,
She's
she's got it,
got
she's
it.
got it.
What a
What
shot.
a shot.
That's a great shot.
Yeah.
That's absolutely beautiful. She got it so
Yeah.
square. Her collision bowl stayed
Look.
on the rink. Look at that. It's there
Yeah.
at 12 o'clock.
Looked good all the way, didn't it?
It's reminiscent, Alex, we're talking about when Sarah played for the Otago or South Island team, and she was in, I'm not sure what combination it was, but Mike Kernahan was playing and he called her for a run shot, and she hadn't been going all that confidently, and she did exactly that, and Kearney just had a big beam on his face and he high-fived her, and so it's those sort of shots which can give not just you but your teammates confidence, isn't it? Lift the
Yeah.
game.
Absolutely.
Dead right. Dead right.
One bowl to go though, so Deb White now with the
Yep.
pressure on, cut this down at least.
Another big bowl in the scheme of the game. She's 2 or
Track's
3
good.
down. She's got a great
This is
track.
close. This is
Oh,
close.
she's played a perler.
Oh,
Just
what
played
a
a
shot.
bomb.
Oh,
What a
Whoa,
shot.
Deb White.
That's
Yeah.
very good. Very good skips
really-
bowls. Both of them.
what words are there
Wow.
for that? That's just unbelievable stuff. Here we go. First bowl of Deb's absolutely perfect. And you can see a bowl's width. It's got out as clean as you like. But no worries, says Deb. I'll just draw the shot on the forehand, so the different hand as well. That is as good a
Yep.
3 bowls as you'll ever see.
Off centre jack. 3 down.
Yeah.
Couldn't be much more pressure on that last shot.
Great replays, thanks team, very good. So 11-7. Not over till that last bowl is played.
Great stuff. So 4-point.
Yeah, all
difference
these
now.
players will be feeling confident though, Alex. Hey, they've led well, and Bev played a great third bowl, and Bronwyn played 3 perlers, and both skips played remarkable bowls. So it's good stuff.
Look at this. So isn't it funny how your lead can be sort of, if your skip plays a really good bowl, often the lead goes, oh, I'll draw a toucher now. You just sort of get
Yep.
your team up.
This is our day.
Great stuff. Bronwyn on the forehand too. Look at this from these 2 leads. This match is really developing into a high quality encounter.
That's pretty good bowls from the leads.
Oh, not bad, eh? It'll have to do, I suppose.
It's quite a number of people up on the, you can see just to the top left there and behind the glassed area where the bar, cafe, restaurant and that is. They'll be enjoying this.
Certainly will be. It's a wonderful facility here at Hope's Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium. Been around for a while and certainly well patronised. There we go on the forehand again, Bronwyn Stevens.
Good place.
Came out a bit better.
Yeah, it's got the line right. Lovely track. Yeah, very good. You heard
Lovely
from
bowl.
Deb. Very good attempt.
Is this where you change hands?
I think that's what Bron was asking to do. And she said underneath, and I think Sarah's indicated almost
Around
like
it, just around it. Yeah.
asking just around. just ensuring that you finish on the right side, because if the jack gets moved, it's likely to go to 4 o'clock on the screen. So this here is well played. It's very well played.
Yes.
If it stops, almost a bit unlucky, but a good bowl regardless.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, you're right, Alex. Yeah, probably would have wanted to finish on the high side of the centre line. You got the tighter side covered with the other pink one, but in saying that, still a very good shot.
Might want to show them how to use silent.
On the forehand. Very square follow through.
Sweet delivery, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Look at
Good
that.
shot.
Look at that. What a bowl.
Good shot.
What a shot.
Pretty impressive.
Possibly still one down, I don't know.
Yeah, so Bev's got a little spray chalk. Not one of the writing implements. It does look like it's still one to the red stickered pink bowl of Bronwyn's.
The Nuera team certainly got it covered. Got it. One opposition bowl to 3 of theirs.
I think genuinely trying to draw a front toucher there was Sarah Scott. Great communication between both of these teams, really. If you can hear on the ambient mics, the leads and the skips, how they talk to each other or with each other.
It's pretty much the same bowl by Deb, I think. Just roll her bowl on, over, up and over onto the jack.
Lovely weight. Yeah, it looks like Bronwyn's genuinely asking Sarah to draw a second shot here, doesn't it? On that backhand side, just on that indication.
Just under the front bowl, I think she said now, rather than round it. Oh, she's pretty close. That's a pretty good shot.
Great stuff. It's been a really good head here. Remembering that Debbie and Bev are leading 11-7.
Just got to probably play it with just a fraction more weight now because of Sarah's last bowl. Now she's got to get through the white bowl to get her black up and over. So probably the same line as her first bowl, but just another yard of weight.
Just having a talk there. By the looks, Bronwyn and Sarah. So what are we, N13? 5 to go after this one. Still a bit of life left in this game. So Debbie on the forehand. See Lucy Shanks and Karen on the top left of your screen.
She's close.
Oh,
Wow.
look at that.
Wow.
What a shot.
What a
What a
shot.
bowl. Oh, that's as good as you'll see. There's been some amazing heads in this game. Absolutely beautiful. And there's a nice little
What a
pocket
shot.
there, isn't there, Joe, on the backhand?
For short. Yeah, 1 or 2 down now.
What sort of weight would you play this with, do you think? What's the best weight to play it with?
Well, it's the white bowl is the best back, isn't it? I think they've got
Yeah,
pretty much
I
all the
think they've
best
got
back
3
bowls.
back ones, haven't they? Yeah.
So, you know, you can probably play this, you know, quicker than slower. You just don't want the jack just flopping around in there in the same place. You need to get the jack through that hole.
Big bowl here for Sarah Scott.
Debbie's got no more bowls, so
Holds, it's close. Needs it
oh,
to hold.
it's
Minimum
under.
possible
It's not
weight.
gonna-
Still would have had a good result if she had connected there. But
Yep,
certainly
yep.
just that 2 bowls underneath the line and the momentum that we were talking about, I think, is well and truly swung back here. But
Swung back,
courtesy
isn't
of
it?
some brilliant bowls from Debbie White. Oh, they're going to do a nice measure here.
That's good. Bronwyn said, do you want me to measure? If you're hard-nosed, you'd be saying, listen, you want that, you measure it. But
I think we get a bit pedantic about this, you know. Just someone
yeah.
just get down and measure it. Like
Yeah.
I like getting down and measuring. At least I know for a fact, you know, who has got the closer shot.
3.
And I think it's a 3 there.
Yeah.
What a very good shot by Debbie White. Wow. Played it perfect. Perfect weight, perfect result. Just enough to get the pink ball up and out of there.
Little plant, got it square as. Absolutely magnificent
Just
stuff.
rolled the pink. Perfect shot.
So it's the second 3 of the game for the Hinawera combination. They now lead by 14-7. Still got 5 ends to play.
Yeah, the North East Valley team certainly not out of this. 7 down with, what, 4 to play, 5 to play. Definitely not out of it. Just need to string a couple of ends together.
So on the forehand.
Just a reminder too that the other semi-final is between Picton and Hastings. We'll be updating that score in the near future. And the men's semi-finals are Geraldine playing Browns Bay and Aramaho against North East Valley. Oh, look at that. On request. So Picton leading by 12-5 in the women's semi-finals. Geraldine leading Browns Bay 10-8. And North East Valley leading Aramaho 14-9.
Great games of bowls going on over there. I wonder when the last time was that Peter Bellis led in a Piers combination.
Yeah.
Must have been a while.
Geez, I wouldn't mind it as a lead.
Yeah, you could do worse. How's this one here from Bronwyn Stevens? Is it going to hold up enough? I think she's done it.
Yeah,
Look at this.
she played it well.
That's
Oh, a
lovely,
little
isn't it?
touch.
You know, they need to have an end where they score a number, even if it's just a 2, and it needs to be soon because it's the 14th end here, so only 4 after this, and Bronwyn is going the right way about making it this end, depending, of course,
The
on what
benefit
happens
of
with the opposition.
Yeah, just the benefit of putting that first bowl just past. And especially when your opposition have
Look at
got
this.
1 or 2 short, you know, movement of the jack, it's a bit of a double whammy. It's taken it away from yours and towards your own, so.
backhand, so switching to the backhand, Bronwyn Stevens.
That's a pretty good change, isn't it, eh? She's played the forehand mainly. And
beautiful track.
Yes.
Yeah.
Three pretty good bowls there. Good set.
Two skips marching down again. Northeast Valley played an earlier match to get through to this quarterfinal. The others had the bye.
And all 4 players wearing caps indoors.
I always have a chuckle
I
at
know.
that.
Yeah, but I must admit I always wear a cap indoors. I just think the lights, the fluorescent lights, generally in a stadium, it's just quite harsh. And yeah, I definitely always wear a hat indoors.
Same thing with the, I find I cannot play bowls without a bowls cloth, regardless
Yep.
of the conditions. I have to have a bowls cloth in my left hand.
Me too. It's a little cuddly, isn't it?
Yeah, just a nice comfort blanket.
Yeah. Really, you don't need one indoors, do you? It's,
No, but I have to have one.
Yep, me too.
I've got one that I don't think I've washed this season. You know, it just stays there. You know, it's the first thing I haul out of my bag is my little cloth.
Oh,
I shouldn't have admitted to that.
Oh, we won't hold you. Only on a national broadcast, John. I'm sure no one was listening.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Be interesting. Just going for like an inside out off that red stickered
It's
bowl.
close.
He's very
Played
close
this
here.
very well. What a shot.
Beautiful.
Gee.
Yeah, very good
Those
shot.
are such classy bowls, aren't they?
Yeah.
It might be
Same shot
3.
by Sarah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great shot. Well weighted. Her own bowl stayed around.
Ooh.
Interesting. If it stopped, that may open up another option.
Yeah, I
There
think
are
it's
lots
probably
of
best
gaps.
to get round and split the pinks at the back. Just makes Sarah play with a lot more defined weight, really, a lot more specific weight if she can get one. Just beating that back white one, just to split those the 3 Northeast Valley bowls.
Nice out of her hand on the forehand side. Just walking after this bowl. Good shot.
Yep, pretty good. Very good.
Very good.
Just needs, yeah, just drawing it, just a confident draw, flop off anything.
Feels like a really important bowl here. If Sarah can find a way to score, it keeps the game well and truly alive. But if you drop a 3 at this stage, you're asking a lot to make a comeback, and she's given this every chance in the world.
She's close. Oh, unlucky. Oh, very unlucky that.
She couldn't have played it much better. But 3 it
No,
is.
give it a chance.
3 it was. Well, 2 threes on consecutive ends. And it's 17-7 now. 10 the difference, 4 to play.
Yeah, she couldn't have done much more with that last one, Sarah. Got down that nice channel on the tighter side, had a number of options. Just needed a little bit more or a little bit less of the bowl that she got.
But 10 points required for the Northeast Valley team. to draw this and force an extra end. They've got 4 ends to do it in, so now is the hour. How's your weight, Bev? The line's good on the forehand side.
Good start again.
Oh, just an eighth of a bowl.
Not a big correction needed by Bronwyn here. Just sneak round it or turn it up and over.
See it come back into camera shots. Here we are.
Yeah,
Good bowl.
pretty good. Good shot.
Switching to the backhand now. There's the foot. No, it's not keeping it there, just a brief indication and then stepping back. Funny to see some teams, I think I spoke about it on the first day of broadcast, some skips like to have a foot placed or close to the jack, and some like there to be a foot level with the jack but a couple of metres out, and other skips, if you give them a foot, will give you a look when you remove the foot.
Joe's one of those, Alex. She mentioned it yesterday. Yeah, oh, she doesn't like it.
Personal
Oh
preference.
no, I don't mind it if I can't see
Oh, you
the
don't
jack.
mind it? Oh, yeah, okay.
No, but I'll tell you a story. I was involved in a tournament where I was playing singles and the marker stood jack level.
Right.
Now that's not allowed, but there was that low fog. You just couldn't see the jack.
Oh, right. Oh, really?
Could not see the jack, so the marker was agreed by all the players at the start that the marker was allowed to stand jack level to give you a little bit of a helping hand as to where the little canary was.
Good.
I've heard a few stories about someone asking the marker where the jack is and the marker picking it up. Saying, this is where it is, and then putting it back
It's in
down
my
again.
hand. Well, Sarah Scott now needs to capitalise on this. It's it'd be fair to say that the Leeds have done a pretty good job here, haven't they? They've given both their skips opportunities, and and Deb has just played 2 or 3 real bombs to make sure of getting the points. And now Sarah, who gazes across, probably looking at the North East Valley men's team to see how they're going. But also in her mind is the fact that they need to score on this end, I would say. And they might through a courtesy of Debbie White here. No, she gets through the gate, threads it nicely.
Wriggled
my
in.
word. Yeah.
Well navigated.
Yeah, I think the difference probably has been just the 2 or 3 shots that Debbie's played to get really maximum results out of the end. It's probably been the difference. But in saying that, the Nuera team have scored 9 of the 14 ends. You can't argue with their lead.
Absolutely.
Great shot here by Sarah.
Yep.
Stunning shot.
White stays on that backhand.
And look how quickly Sarah's back into her work here. She's got it in her mind how it felt to play that first bowl. It's just rinse and repeat. Quite like that. There's no mucking around. Beautiful line.
Directly behind that tree, can't you? Yeah. You know, you've only got to boost your own, Debbie. Or could you see somebody else?
I mean, there is a shot. There is a shot to
Yeah.
play, but you know, you're 10 up with 4 to play. One
Yeah.
down's not too bad here.
On the backhand. Like, just looking for a little wriggle, so it's just more like a slightly overdraw, isn't it, here?
Yeah,
From
yeah.
Debbie White, and that's a well-played bowl. That's a well-played bowl.
Oh,
She's right in the area. Good shot. Very little danger with that weight. Perhaps slightly easier than a dead
for sure.
draw.
Very good selection of weight.
All right,
Yeah,
so
it's not-
there's Sarah. What are they, 10 down?
Still holding one, she's, as Bronwyn suggests. How do they get 2 out of this? It's drawing another one dead almost, isn't it? There's not much there for them. I
Or it's
suppose
just playing
threading
a
through that
yard
gap.
through the,
Yeah,
a yard through
yeah.
the front pink.
Yeah.
Pink onto the black would be perfect. Yet they do have the
Yep.
catcher here, Sarah's catcher at the back. I think they've probably got to try and play it to get more than one
Yep.
out of it. Yeah, it's the bowl
Yeah,
that they're
that's-
looking at. Look, if you roll the blue one up, you know, it's probably at that stage of a game where,
Say la vie.
you know, you
Yep, risk versus
have
reward.
a look at it, in or out.
Yeah. Because pushing
Get
that
that
one
pink
out of second shot,
yeah.
they could end up with 3 on this, and that's that suddenly it's only 7 shots of difference
Yeah,
with 4 to play.
The pink bowl at 10 o'clock, pretty square, would be very interesting because
Through
it's
the
on the
jack.
running surface, isn't it?
yeah, yeah.
She'll come through that. Play a forehand. Her own bowl, or straight through that hole onto the black. Oh,
Yeah.
she can
A
do it.
little touch of the jack brings the back white one in too. Oh, she's
line.
pointed.
Good line.
Needs it to
she
hold.
got
She's
enough-
close.
Yep.
She's close.
That's
Oh,
Good
great
shot.
shot.
What a
That's
bowl.
a
a
beauty.
great shot.
Absolutely lovely stuff. There was a second there I thought she might, on the second sit down, move the jack a little bit, which would have been unfortunate for Sarah, but she didn't. That was well played. And they're still
Yeah, well played.
fighting away in
A
this
little bit
game.
unlucky not to get 3 out of that. If that bowl went another roll. I don't know where you
Continue to breathe
converse
in
as
this
to
game.
what length they're wanting to play now.
Nine 17 the score, and 2 ends to go after this one. So they probably need to score the next 3 ends, really. That's what they'll be talking about. I'm just deciding
Yeah.
what length to throw. The decision has been made by the looks.
It's good that they're both discussing the length, that they both have the buy-in of what length they're going to be playing. It's really hard just to throw that all on one person, whether it be the lead or the skip. You have a buy-in to it. It's you feel like you're not on your own.
Mm. On the forehand, first bowl. This one's an important one.
Yeah, should be wanting to get this real close to put some pressure on Bev. Really start this end with us in the raw.
Trying to hold up a little bit. One to quick from. Not quite as close as she would have liked.
Can you start the bud? Come here. Come here, Blake.
Good
shot.
start, Bev.
Nice. Just nice there though for Bronwyn if she reaches to that shot. Sits it. Just going to whip by, is she? Not by much.
Another handy bowl there.
Yeah.
And a very good call by Deb. Don't be scared of this. You know, the last place you want this to be is a yard short. You know, if you get onto your own bowl up and over, you know, you've replaced it. You've got one in a real good position. You get a bit of the jack. Kind of takes the pink ones away. It's probably just a little overplayed it, but probably better there than short.
Bronwyn now.
So this game seemed to be moving a bit quicker than the others that are on, but we'll just keep you posted on those other ones because they're getting also to a very interesting stage.
Some lovely bowls going on all weekend, really. This bowl here, well, she's not wide. She'll be, you just forget those ones and move on.
Pretty disappointed with that one after starting the way she did.
And once again, you know, when they cross over, Sarah Scott will be feeling as though she has an opportunity here. Just a solitary opposition bowl there.
For sure, it's that hole you don't mind being down when you turn over, but Bronwyn's certainly given us some position here. Really good close seconds. She's close.
Close here.
Yeah.
Very close. Needs it to hold a little bit more. Good shot.
Yeah, very good shot. Very good shot.
Still fighting away in this game. This North East Valley pairing.
You'd expect nothing less. Two
absolutely.
very competitive, accomplished players.
Debbie White has had some magic already. Is there more?
Be close again. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Bit stiff to sit against the bias there.
A little turtle again.
That one was as smooth as silk too. Just see how the line is. Looks tight at a glance,
Just
this
under,
bowl.
yeah. Just under the line.
Just that little opportunity now for Deb.
Well, it's not much of a correction required, is there? She drew second shot with that. The jack had moved, of course, so there's that little correction required.
Really is just beating your own. I think still might be 2 down. Oh,
Yeah,
the last black one might have come in for second, but
5 seconds.
doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't
Not
matter.
now.
Just beat your own. You're close.
Oh,
great
okay.
shot.
Great.
Great shot.
Yeah.
She's played some absolute bombs in this game. I mean, required.
She
Great
has.
bowling.
You look back to the very, very first end where, you know, she was 3 or 4 down, drew second shot. Big bowls early in the game, but now you look back on them and they're pretty good. Right, just got to get rid of that last bowl here, Sarah.
It's that first word again, Joe. Just.
Just.
Yeah, just got to get rid of that.
Oh, she's close.
She's
She's
not
very
bad.
close here. Is she going to get it out clean?
Oh, that's unlucky.
Oh, only one
Oh.
roll. Oh.
Yeah, she's been a bit unlucky, Sarah. She's certainly been in the right areas. Now, you're only looking at an inch too wide with that bowl. Really good weight to get optimum result with hers to count 2, but yeah, stubborn little bowl won't go.
And Debbie now on the forehand. Long as she has a nice arc to the jack, it's reasonably safe.
I want to turn that pink critter over.
Ooh.
Oh. Been some exciting
enough weight.
moments.
No.
Just the one. A comfortable lead now
Yeah.
on this penultimate
Well,
end.
Yeah. 9 up, 2 to play.
Here's a progress on the others, or maybe finals. So Picton have extended their lead now 13-9, and it's 12-11 now. So the Geraldine combination have lost that lead that they had over Browns Bay's Neil Fisher and Sean Mulholland, and it is still Keanu Davies and Roger Stevens leading from North East Valley against Ray Wilson and Peter Bellis of Aramaho. That one's closer to finish. Tight matches, as you'd expect.
Yeah, very tight games going on.
So we're expecting a 6 from North East Valley on this end, take it up to 18-15, and then a 3 on the last, and we go to a tiebreak. An extra end.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
And the crowd actually building quite significantly around the rink side.
Yeah.
Along with those tuning at home.
I've been involved in our game, a local champion of champion pairs event, where we've been 6 up going the last end. We drop a 6 and lose the extra end. Yeah,
Gosh.
That wasn't much fun.
Hard to get 6 inside that one of Beav's.
On the forehand.
Pretty consistent, isn't she, all day?
Very good bowl. It's been a good battle between all 4 of these players.
Yeah.
I think Deb and Bev certainly deserve to be winning this game. I'm not sure if it feels like they are 9 points in front.
Yeah. You're right.
3 threes during it. That's the big difference, hey?
There's some huge bowls from Deb.
There's your 9 shots.
Yeah.
9 shots are the difference. I'm not sure why.
No, just look at that.
They
It
got
looks...
2. Just draw another shot, love. I suppose she's just, doesn't want to get on the back of the blue one. She's drawn 2 pretty stunning bowls down there.
Yes,
You're hesitant to change it, but I understand why.
Yes, but then there's still the danger of, having not played the backhand much.
Yeah.
Still a danger there, isn't there, of that bowl of Bev Corbett's.
Yeah, they've got to get a 5 here.
Yeah.
To kind of give themselves any chance. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's played that pretty well, actually.
Yeah, that could be in the play.
Could be, yeah, could play a really good part in this end.
Yeah.
I think Deb's just trying to beat the last pink bowl that's come in. Just trying to stop them building up pockets of red disc bowls.
Right, so on the forehand.
Surprise you a bit too, Joe?
Yeah, look, it has, I
Yeah.
understand that the shot possibly is down there to get the shot.
Oh, this could be
The
brilliant.
way she's playing.
That's
yeah,
actually a
the
calamity though,
danger,
isn't it?
I think.
It was
Yeah,
in the
I mean,
area.
it's dropping a 2 there's fine, dropping a 3 there's fine. You just got to stop them picking up a good a 4 or a 5, and like I say, just where there's pockets of red disc bowls, you just got to get a little blue critter in there and stop the chances of a big number being scored.
Well, this first bowl from Sarah really needs to be in there to make it 3, and then just put that bit of pressure on Debbie White. Started off well. She up.
She there.
Oh, so badly would she have wanted that to be counting, eh? So
Yeah,
badly.
yeah.
Debbie now with a bit of room on the backhand, really. And expect her to draw second at least.
Yeah, well played. Very good
Lovely
shot.
bowl.
It is, yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. You have to be looking, don't you, to find a way to remove that bowl. As you said, Joe, they need to score a 5 on this end. Are they biding the time to the last one, are they? That's fair enough.
She planned this to get underneath the white for the black bowl.
No, yep.
Well, she's played
She's
those
close.
shots with confidence.
She's close.
Yeah, she's close.
Yeah,
Good
good
she's
was
done
that.
it, yeah.
Very
Needed
good
to
shot.
stay there. Would have been good
Needed
to stay there, but
around.
yeah.
Yeah.
Gee, she's played 3 run shots, hasn't she, at those?
She has.
That wasn't easy.
Are we 2 down? Yes, 2 down. Right, thank you.
They got there. So in order to play this next end, the deficit needs to be reduced to 6.
It's pretty good too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's a lovely bowl. Good shot. And this may be the last bowl that we
Really
see.
good bowls.
Need to find a way. Looks like, is there a game finish in the background? I wonder if we could find out who's through to the men's final.
I think I saw Sarah clapping before, so it could be the Northeast Valley pairing.
Yeah. Looks like Aramaho on the left of your screen are putting bowls away in the bowls bag. That's not usually an indication
It's
that
never a good sign.
hanging around for the next game. So I think we could probably say that Northeast Valley's made it through to the men's final.
The last we
don't hold me
heard,
to
Browns
that.
Bay had just taken the lead against Geraldine, hadn't they, by 1, having trailed for pretty much all the match.
Of course, that will be the next game that we broadcast after this, so you'll have time to go away and have a sandwich and something to drink before we return. No time limit, so we'll have to wait for the 2 semis to finish. And walking down the end, it looks like they found a shot. Well, they need to score that. A 4 would be nice if they can find one.
I suppose is it down the back end, get the black fat, the white goes through, touches the jack for 4. That's the call.
Sounds easy, Joe.
Ah,
Here we go. Oh, she's let it go smooth. Not far away. Not far away. Get it square. Follow
Stun.
through.
Oh,
Oh, didn't
well,
hang
unlucky.
around. Didn't hang around. And there we have
Yeah,
it.
well played.
So a 2 to Northeast Valley, not enough to let them play the next end and still have a chance of qualifying for the final. But this has been a very interesting game. We've seen two leads battle away at each other. We've seen them set it up for their skips to give them the opportunities. And Debbie White was able to make them more of those opportunities than could Sarah Scott. We've seen some great skip bowls here in this match, but it is the Hinuera Heat team who will go through to the final. We might know their opponents after we've had a look at some highlights. Let's have a look at highlights and just see if that result is through after that. If not, we'll see you for the men's final a little bit later.
age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
This weekend, we're taking you to the Hope Stadium, Dunedin, where we have the final stages of the three-day event, which has been the Somerset Champion of Champion Peers. And we're going to be showing you live the men's final, which will feature the two teams to the right of your screen there, the Browns Bay combination of Neil Fisher and Sean Mulholland. Down below them, you see it's Keanu Darby and Roger Stevens. And the way they got there, it wasn't easy. Fisher and Mulholland were taken to an extra end. That was against Glendinning and Trevathan of Geraldine. And you can see also that one shot difference between Wilson and Ballas of Aramaho, but Darby and Stevens of North East Valley prevailed. So some really close, exciting games, but we're down to the final two teams in the men's final. We're also down to the final two in the women's, and we'll keep you updated with those particular games. Jenny Anderson and Helen McIsaac of Picton was the team which got through to play Deb White and Bev Corbett. Again, I'm joined by Alex Reid and also Joe Edwards, and there are some of these players that people will recognise, and certainly you two have seen some of them in action. Some again, some quality bowlers here, and we're likely, Alex, to see some quality bowls in this final.
Oh, absolutely. I think we're going to be in for 18 really, really good ends of bowls from both of these combinations. The skips have every shot in the book, and the leads are more than competent. So I'm just looking forward to sitting back and just rambling on about about the next 8 ends of what's going to be some top quality stuff, John.
Joe, some people outside of the sport of bowls would say, well, it'll be a totally different game because men play it differently to women. There are a few, I suppose, elements of truth to that, but in general, the basics are the same, aren't they? Your lead gets it close and sets it up for the skip to finish it off.
Yeah, basics, yeah, it is a game of basics and to keep it simple, but yeah, there can be a difference in the men's and the women's games. I think the men are a lot more attacking. I think the ladies just don't like giving away too many shots, too many big numbers, and but yeah, we'll see a lot of shot play, but that's only made possible by the leads leading bowls. You know, if you can just get as many around that area, a couple of feet away from that jack, you're not going to drop big numbers, and you're going to give your skips real good chances of making numbers.
You can see on the top left-hand corner of the screen the score tick there, and you'll notice that next to the Browns Bay combination, they have the red colour, so they're playing with the red stickers on their bowls, and those are the two bowls which are closest at the moment, Darby and Stevens. Stevens leading for Darby will have the blue.
And another Stevens on the televised rink.
Yeah.
They both just love it, don't they? They play in so much stuff. They are fortunate to be able to go over to the Gold Coast for the winter and play over there. But yeah, you couldn't get two more passionate players about the sport. They just love playing it. Don't care where they play it. Just give me a bowl and I'll be happy.
There we go, the first bowl of Keanu. Beautiful, beautiful line.
He was a young man who really came on strongly initially, didn't he? He was one of them, but looked to be about to become one of the stars. He's still an outstanding player, and he's not an old man by any means. So he just gets up and wins so much stuff, and I think North East Valley singles, he and Stevens won the Peers. I think it's at least twice in a row, maybe even 3 times in a row, winning the club title, therefore going on and winning the Champion of Champions.
Yeah, it's no small feat winning that North East Valley Peers either. You know, it's a really really good club. Lots of great players are playing it and have come out of North East Valley. So just to win a club title there is pretty good.
Neil Fisher here on his forehand. This is not far away. Very, very capable bowler, Neil Fisher. Sitting there, it's a good start for this Browns Bay team.
Keanu's worked out the line pretty quickly. He's a little bit heavy, a little bit short, one in the middle.
On a good line, as you said, Joe. How's the weight here? This is not bad.
What a very good shot.
Oh. Good shot regardless of what's actually happened there.
Still a couple down, but he's certainly cut it down.
Interesting. Delivers the bowl, steps back, turns around, picks up the scorecard, comes back in time to see his bowl land.
Don't think he was trying too hard there.
No. Well, we had a North East Valley team in the women's, and you mentioned the name Stevens. Bronwyn Stevens was leading for Sarah Scott. They were beaten by 18-11 in that semi-final against Hinawera Heat. And the Hinawera team of White and Corbett now playing Anderson and McIsaac of Picton in the women's final. Just see them across to the right there. As I say, we'll keep you informed as to the progress in that match.
I remember, I think we covered a game of Sean Mulholland and Neil Fisher's third game on Friday, and we found that Sean's playing with the old Dreamline bowls. So before they brought out the Dreamline XG's got Dreamline, so they take a slightly wider arc, which is pretty well suited to a carpet green. And you can see there that nice line he took.
Yeah, really struggling with this line early.
Good sign early, I was going to say. He's nutted the centre line with pretty much all four bowls so far.
And I must say thanks to the clubs who are sending through information, particularly when they know their teams are likely to or going to feature on the screen. It gives us quite a bit more information. The Kia Toa Bowling Club in Timaru, Richard Kerr and Gareth Burgess sending stuff through on Glendinning and Trevathan, because they were locked in a really difficult, tough game. So it's nice to have that information. And just a note that if you have information on some of your players who are playing in the Champion of Champion triples next week, then Alex is certainly willing to take that. He's put his details out there and probably willing to do so again now. But just those nice little background notes, because some people have got marvellous backgrounds and we don't know about it. So just to add interest to our commentary.
Absolutely, there's no negatives, so just flick through an email, please, to my email address, which is nice and simple because it's my name, which is Alex, and then at bowlsnewzealand.co.nz, and we're always looking for information. So if you do have some on the teams that are playing, we'd love to have it, and thank you to those that have sent through some notes this weekend, because it does make a difference.
And Sean's set this up again. He started off on fire. It's quite impressive. He's had probably 6 bowls within a couple of feet.
Yeah, it's not a bad. You'd be happy if that was your first 2 wins, wouldn't you, in a national final? There'd be no complaints.
Definitely.
Skips wander down. Neil Fisher's had that white cardigan thing for some time. I think it's seen a few games of bowls. It looks very comfortable.
It does.
On the forehand.
She's a
high
packed head
line,
here.
isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah, and he played with weight that if he missed, he's finished still on the island. Playing down that channel, looking for a bit of the bowl, a bit of the jack.
Just a little correction needed. Very deliberate delivery. Grooved. This is on a better line. Oh, going for a bit of a walk. Needs the inside half, not the outside half. He's got it square, so that's not the end of the world.
It's cut it down again.
Certainly could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah, big bowls early in the game again by the skips.
Neil Fisher. Very close here.
Oh, a little
That's
touch
a
is
bowl.
good. Oh, what a shot.
A mercurial.
We made
Is that a
4.
word? Mercurial? He's a good player.
Yep.
Neil, like anything can come out of his hand. You know, he can make the bowls talk sometimes.
It's a great shot. He's made 4 out of this.
Suddenly
Changing his hand, playing down the forehand. Might be going a bit quicker. Got the best back.
Yeah, you can see it there. Oh, look at that, very, very smooth. Needs something square now because he's under the line.
Oh.
If he's got one out of that, you just praise be to the gods of bowls, pretty much. That's
Yep, that's a blue bowl over there, blue disc, isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
A couple more than one, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Again, in the area, but got an unbelievable result.
Oh, it couldn't have gone any better for him, could it?
No.
What did they say, 2?
Find out in a second. You know, watch this replay. So he's a bold narrow, and he gets that one square, so it's ducking away, snicks the jack out to the side. Doesn't even have the good decency to kill.
To get a toucher, or to get a toucher on his follow through.
Goodness gracious me.
Right.
I mean, it's just literally just a bowl narrow, so he was in the area, but that's an incredible result. 3 there for Darby and Stevens.
So we're playing the third end now. This is a men's final of the Somerset Champion of Champions peers. Fisher and Mulholland of Browns Bay, North Harbour, and the North East Valley combination of Keanu Darby and Roger Stevens.
I think those sorts of things need to go your way. In the first game we commentated on this morning, Sarah Scott was in the area on a number of occasions, but just got wrong sides of bowls, wrong sides of jacks. It's only a centimetre or 2 from a perfect result, but you need those little things to go your way.
Sean on his forehand. Oh, good line, but just a bit short. And Stevens on the forehand as well. It's a good bowl if he's got the running. Look at that, that's lovely leading.
Yep.
Sort of what you want to do after you've just scored a number in pretty dramatic fashion is just continue to just turn that screw. Good bowl there.
That nice line again. All 3 bowls, he's nutted that centre line. It's good to see.
On the forehand. How's the weight, Sean? Run it out, he says.
Nice played this
That's
well.
good stuff, isn't it?
Gee,
That's a great shot.
Beautiful. Hard to
They
do.
have got a different arc, haven't they? These the Dreamlines.
Yeah, they're
The
an
big
older
hockey stick finish at the end.
Yeah, older bowl. We often see them, players like to use them on the carpet greens. That probably will take more green than any bowl we've seen on this televised rink, I would say.
So Darby, formerly a New Zealand under-18 rep, and won the National Secondary Schools title for a few years, about 10 years ago, I think, and started his bowls at the Temuka Club in South Canterbury and has moved down to Dunedin, where he's continued to make his mark.
Neil just ascertaining if he's up or down, deciding to play the forehand regardless. How's your weight, Neil? As this is not far away on the line.
Played this well again.
Look at that. Oh, great shot.
Gee.
Possibly still not quite in
It was
the
pretty
count.
important that he got another one close with that one.
Keanu on the back end.
Lovely track. Been looking for a little toucher there, I'd say.
Keanu making the walk back to the mat now. What's the shot selection here, people? What do we think?
Well, he's got to play the backhand, doesn't he, and try, because it's, do you think they might have the shot? Not too sure here, but I think so.
No one seems to know.
No. And his
No.
couple of blue disc bowls just to the right of the jack as he looks at it now. So any movement of the jack here you would think would suit them. Thread through that gap if he gets around it. He's played a corker here, hasn't he?
Oh, it's a great shot.
Great. Yeah.
It's a very good shot. He made 2 out of it.
Beautiful touch, wasn't it?
It was.
Neil's not afraid of hitting it, and he's very accurate.
Yeah, 1 down at the back, but you're 2 down now, so
Yep.
I think you're going to be any worse off.
Going for minimum weight. Interesting. I did expect to see aggression there.
He's following Darby down, is he?
But why do you need aggression when you can dead draw it? Oh, I thought he had that.
Oh, wider. He's all over it.
Absolutely lovely effort. What a game this has been already. We're only on end 4 here of this final, and the players are flying. And we've seen it all, really, because not only we've seen amazing bowls, but we've seen some pretty incredible results too.
So just to remind you, the women's final is on at the same time. Picton playing Hinawera.
And we will endeavour to get
final is
updates on that
5-2
when we can.
So Roger Stevens, who was keeping half an eye on the women's semi-final previously, which his wife Bronwyn was leading for Sarah Scott. That would have been some sort of coup to get both finalists or finalists in each of the divisions from the same club, and in your home turf. That would have been fantastic. Here's Mulholland using that open side, playing the backhand.
Look how much this bowl turns at the end. Now, sort of, if it had a bit more weight, it was on the right track. Roger on his backhand now.
There's a little correction, wasn't it, on the line? Weight's absolutely perfect, and he's made that correction superbly.
Yeah, good bowls. Oh. It's incredible what bowls do sometimes.
It is. Like, if that bowl falls with the bias, he's pretty much got a back toucher, but it's fallen against the bias, so it's made a nice little shelf for Sean here.
Is he able to use it? That's the question. It'll let go soon. Just slightly. Oh, it wasn't overplayed. That's a lovely bowl, really. As you see the weight he used down at 6 o'clock.
Roger's just looking at getting rid of that shoulder. So turning the blue bowl up and over. A little touch of the jack.
Tightened it right up here, so Sean will have to switch to the forehand now, says Neil Fisher. I think the first time Sean's played this side of the rink in this game. It's a good line as well.
He's not played the line badly.
Wow.
Again, a gallop, both those bowls to the left and the right of your screen. Just a couple of feet, they'll be fine.
A couple of feet of weight would have brought him right back, wouldn't it?
On the crossover, this end. Keanu and Roger holding a couple. Careful.
Not too much movement of this
Careful.
jack. Oh, neatened it up very nicely.
Yeah.
It's been a roller coaster of emotions there for everyone involved.
Oh, what have they got? 3. The shot and that bowl out in the wing there is holding them out of 3. But I think this will just be draw, won't we, from here to put another one in. And if they flick that one out, well and good.
Looking to get another one close here.
Yeah.
He's pointed very well.
Very close. This could be incredible. Look at that.
Yeah, good.
Got a toucher.
Good shooting.
Good shot. Well played.
Just fattens that up and gives him an option down this backhand now. It's just so close to being an absolute bomb.
Oh, that didn't come out as nice as he would have liked.
Right. All those blue disc bowls sitting there, and that one just in front of his feet is the wrong colour. But What are they like at the back? If Neil has a go at it, they're okay, probably.
Yeah, there's every chance
Can't
it'll
get too
kill
complicated, eh?
if he goes
Yeah,
quick.
just, yep, don't get too complicated. Just draw another one, don't fatten it up.
See how this one goes. Down to the weight here.
Yeah, good shot.
That's
pretty
oh,
good.
that's really good
Look
bowling.
at
Very
that.
good.
It's perfect stuff. Might be the same line, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's going
just
to go through
hanging
that
out a
same
little.
hole. Yeah, yeah. Look at that, Sanding. Right in the same spot.
Exactly the same bowl.
Yeah.
Probably one of those times where you just think to yourself, I'll just trust my delivery. I'll just trust it to be
Yeah.
good. And you accidentally just put it in the same place. Early on, a lead developing here for Keanu and Roger.
So that was a 4, was it? Gosh.
Yeah, good 4 there, made by
Yeah, yeah.
Kanu's first bowl with that little
Yeah.
touch of the jack. It just neatened it up. It took that shoulder away. Makes it a lot harder to get to. Comes a little bit more precise with your weight.
And, you know, they'll be wanting to make hay while the sun shines here, I think. Keanu and Roger, they know how good Neil and Sean are, so as long as they can keep trying to score end after end. That starts with the first bowl. Just a little shy there, so now it's Sean's turn to try and jump on it, and you'd think the 4, oh, okay, he's going to play the back end. Must feel like it's blocked.
Very good weight. That's the positive coming out of it, Joe, eh? Got to be positive.
Yeah, yeah.
Right bias. This bowl here. Oh, just a bowl off.
Well weighted. Just need a little bit less or a little bit more of it.
Pretty smooth delivery from Sean Mulholland on the back end.
So it's very, very similar delivery to Tony Grantham. Yeah. Don't know if he's watched him a lot, but it's that drop of that shoulder.
In fact, he played with Tony in the national fours, or national champion of champion fours. It was Tony Grantham, Brendan Kelly, Sean Mulholland, Dennis Borden. So he will have picked up quite a bit from Grantham, who's not a bad coach if you stand alongside him, is he?
It's not bad. It's not be worse to learn off.
I was just going to say that. Right, Sean's back end. He's lined up nicely, and you say the shoulder goes down a bit.
Yeah.
Just out of his junior years, Sean Mulholland.
Wow.
Need to keep running. Look at that. That's great stuff. Bowl.
Oof.
Bang, bang. That's a switch of hands too. I was a little surprised with his first bowl switching to the backhand side coming in this direction. But, you know, look at that. Those 2 corrections after the first one. Pretty good stuff.
It's good that he had all 3 bowls to have a go down the same hand. You know, you just got to watch. You know, you play your first bowl and watch and learn what the side of the rink's doing. And again, the game's all about corrections and By crikey, he corrected very well both times, you know, from his first bowl.
Oh, Darby having a wee nudge at those, just to loosen it up a wee bit.
Oh, he's just looking to crack an egg on that front red one, just onto the jack. Foot of weight.
Not much that's over the head here, is there? Not much that's past the jack. And yet they're all quite effective bowls. You know, any one of them could come into play. He almost nailed it with his first, didn't he?
Yes, he's changing his hand here.
But more, a little bit more intent behind this bowl on the forehand side. Both the bowls will feel off, or the jack will go back, but is he going to hold long enough? Oh, took a lick of paint off that shot bowl of Sean Mulholland's.
It's Roger Stevens saying, you know, just nice weight down there. What's nice weight to one person's possibly not for another, but obviously they've played a lot together, so they know that it's, you know, I know Val and I say not silly weight. Don't play silly weight, you know, which is a very, very similar kind of a call.
Yeah, and Fisher recognised that too, that what we had from Darby was a bowl that was just missed a slight bit of weight, but it stayed on. So
yeah,
Fisher recognised the danger. If Darby does have a wee nudge with a bit more weight at those two, he's got the back bowl now. But he's played this first two so delicately and almost got them that you'd say, no point in changing. He's got the his blue ball. It's just past the jack. The only other ball past the jack is, you know, just a push away, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just you know, really, like they say,
Crack an egg.
not that silly weight.
Here we go. Nice out of his hand, down to the line here. Giving it a chance to turn, but it's not going to come back. And Neil Fisher, CS Boulder, 3 o'clock's beautiful weight. So you'd think if he can recall that speed, that bonus for 3 is not out of the question.
Just out through back of his white. If he comes underneath, he's sitting the blue one for 3.
Reasonable effort here.
Good grass.
Still a good effort.
Very
what a
good
great
effort.
shot.
Yeah.
He's just played that well.
So drop a 4 and pick up a 3.
Nice, classy little correction. It's funny, you've just reminded me when we're talking about, you know, say, cracking egg on it or what weight to play with. I can remember we had an indoor bowls national championship going on last year. And an indoor, if you kill the jack, that's bad, so points go to your opposition. And we were watching a post-section match, and the skip said, nail it to his lead. And the skip thought that he was telling his lead to draw as close as he could, but his lead thought he was telling him to drive. And the lead drove, and the jack was murdered, and everyone was very surprised, including the skip,
dear.
I think. So it's, my point is, it's important that both players in the team understand what you mean when you're using words like crack an egg on the bowl. What do you think it means?
Yeah.
Okay. Sean on the back end.
Yeah, the more I look, once you mentioned Grantham and Mulholland styles being similar, the more he looks like a carbon copy, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Very good. Totally different green from these two different bowls. It was a bit narrow there, Stevens, but still it is a different line that he's taking to that which is Mulhollanders.
I think Rogers, the delivery on that last bowl was just a little bit rough. You heard it bounce a couple of times, and I think that just takes a yard of weight off. That's why
Same
you've got
thing
to
that
be
just
trying to
happened
get
Sean.
it out of your hand as smooth as possible. Have a listen to this one. Yeah, a lot better.
It's amazing how much of a difference that makes on the slower greens, isn't it, Joe? Because they're a little bit
Oh,
spongy. So
crikey.
if you dump it on a slow green, it makes
Yeah,
a huge difference to your bowl.
it's certainly about timing and rhythm playing on the slow greens. The minute you drop one or dump one or scuff one, you're gone. The minute you say to yourself, "Oh, hurry," yeah, too late. You just
The
know it's
moment's
going to be
been.
short. Got to give it every chance to get up there.
And I don't know whether you guys were watching Mulholland when he played that. It wasn't a good bowl, and it just showed another reason why you should carry a cloth or a rag, because he threw it up in the air, caught it again, and slapped
long
it
as he
against
caught
his
it.
thigh. Yeah, that's right. It's one of those things that you need it to take your anger out on or frustration out on.
I wouldn't back myself to catch it on the return.
No.
We see Sean's got, that's two reasonable bowls at 5 o'clock. I know he's 2.5 down on the head, but Neil Fisher's first bowl you would think will be on that forehand side, which is to the left of your screen. Yep, that's the one. And see if he can arrive.
There's plenty of leads who would be saying, look, you've just left the head, mate. You know what shot to play. Don't ask me. But it's quite good, I think, that he's just reinforcing his views when he was down here and thinking maybe Mulholland could see it differently or
what a
give him a
bowl.
bit more direction. Brilliant.
It's a
That's
great
confident,
shot.
isn't it?
Yeah.
A confident bowl from Neil.
Generally, you know, the skip's first bowl is their own, as you called it. Yeah, like you say, they've just left the head. They know exactly what's going on. But it's again, it's nice bit of teammanship to be on the same page and be playing the shot that you've decided together. You feel like you're in a team. You're not just on your own and making decisions. So it's a really good thing to see.
Oh.
Very good shot. We thought it was a good shot, but actually 2 down to get the shot. It's outstanding.
Fantastic stuff. Perfect weight, I think, and he's not far away on this one.
It's not
He
far
can nudge it a little bit closer.
Great
Look at
shot.
that. Good shot. How long is that ball going to stay there for, Joe?
I was just thinking Darby could see that now, can't he?
Yeah, look, I think his eyes will light up a little bit.
That must be very tempting.
Just enough
Browns
weight to get
Bay.
down underneath Rogers' bowls.
Browns Bay have the 2 back bowls, but he's not looking at moving the jack. He's just looking at take that out.
Yep.
Give your bowl a chance to turn.
And turn it
Ready to
is.
draw.
Oh, if he just missed that and touched his own, it probably would have gone up for shot. However, it's not quite so visible now, is it? That shot bowl still gettable.
Yeah.
Yeah, still
that ball didn't-
gettable.
Mm. He's going to put another one in.
Neil
Same
Fisher.
line.
Played it with more weight that time.
So it's not a bad home though. 3 good bowls by Neil. Yeah, nice confident draw down through Rogers' front bowl. If he's a little bit under, he gets the white.
Yeah, and if he's even narrower, he can slip off his off Rogers' other blue ball that's shortish. Here we are, looking at all the options that are available. He's got the shot that he wants to play, and if he's slightly wayward one way or the other, he could still get the desired result. Last bowl of this, the 6th end.
Playing it with purpose, needs it to let go, needs it to break at any point. It's broken. What's happening? Not enough. And one more to the Browns back
a
on the
little
nation.
quicker, just a little quicker than his second bowl, but kind of took the same line.
Sean on the back end. Played 2 very good bowls coming down this way last time.
Started off very well
There's
again.
another one. Does practice a lot. Hope we've got some results.
Well, it's as close as what we would expect. Playing the 5th end, it's White and Corbett, who we saw earlier in their semi-final match. And they're leading Anderson and McIsaac of Picton. So that's Hinawera leading Picton 4-2. It's the women's final.
Going to be another.
2 great leads bowls to start off N7.
Oh, that one didn't come out as good as he would have liked it to.
Yeah, just twisted that wrist at the end, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, the bowl's still going to finish in an okay spot, but it didn't look quite as good. You know it when you let it go like that as well.
Yeah. Just got to
Just the
be
worst
that
thing, 'cause
smooth follow through, the old palm to heaven. Giving
what I
that
don't
bowl
like
every
about the-
chance.
The fast greens, Joe, are annoying because if you let it go ugly, you get 20 seconds to watch. To watch a bowl you know had no chance.
Yeah, sometimes when you've turned your back and walked to the bank and turn around, it's still travelling.
Still travelling. Like, oh, it's not going to be good.
I remember playing with the first year and first year bowler in Club 4s or whatever, and she came up to me and she said, I've got a theory. And I said, oh, this will be good. She said, I think if you're ever undecided on whether or not you should play a draw or a drive, she said, you always go for the drive. And I said, oh, okay. I said, why do you think that? She said, because if it's crap, you only have to watch it for 4 seconds.
I like that.
Can't argue with you.
No, that's right.
Get on board that bandwagon of coaching.
Right?
I think we should teach the drive first and then the draw.
Yeah,
Here's
yeah.
the best shot in bowls. It's a drive. Oh, okay. Isn't it funny, though, when you get groups coming in, like, you know, we have at Ramedia Friday night, have a go type thing, and then business house bowls. About the first thing most of the younger people want to do anyway is to drive. They just see the jack down the other end and they say, we can wind up, can we? And away they go. So they get it out of the system quite early.
You figure out pretty quick that that's not sustainable.
I think
you
I
wanna
took
be
about
winning
4
bowls.
years to work that out, Alex.
It's not much fun if you forget to let go.
Oh, I can imagine.
I was a bit
Cartoon
happy.
commentary. Yeah. Or were you? Yeah.
Oh, a little bit, you know. I was young.
Yeah. Oh, you still are, Joe.
Oh, bless you.
There you go.
Well, this is a good track.
This is close.
Come inside
this is
that.
very close. How classy
Play
is
the
this
bomb
bowl just
here.
about to be? That, words fail me. That's great stuff.
Oh, that's a guide for you. You're just fading under that.
I have seen someone forget to let a bowl go, John, and it was highly amusing.
Oh, gosh.
I won't share who it was on a broadcast, but it's something special to watch a bowl fly above someone's head when you're behind them.
Oh, good line here
It's
too.
not badly down either.
Oh,
It's a good
Joe.
attempt, that. Nice little home too. Finished in a really good home.
Back, Neil. I think you try and get to that. Two balls high.
And good communication between the two of them again. Neil knows exactly the position of the bowl that he's trying to beat. No danger with it being high.
gee, we're seeing a great head here.
Oh, well set down. I was frightened.
Yeah, line was perfect.
Very deliberate. It's a good teaching tool, Keanu's delivery. His pre-shot routine's great. Good
Brilliant.
shot. His technique and delivery just doesn't change bowl after bowl. It's just so much easier to be able to correct when you're doing the same thing every time.
I think it's just the one down, Neil. That ball's jack level.
Oh,
Beautiful green, but just short of a gallop.
Again, big bowl by Keanu. He's played an absolute bomb with the second. He's got probably 2 feet to add another.
Same every time, isn't it?
Yeah, even the little wiggles of his toes too. You watch in the next end. He's pinched the line a bit.
ooh, yep.
Oh, it's all good.
We'll see what that was. Scoring again for the North East Valley combination.
So they move to 10 now.
The jack bounced a few times then. See how far up the rink it went. No, no worries. And on the back end, there's Roger. You can see to the very far right of your screen, that's the women's final that's ongoing there. And this is not a bad bowl here from Sean Mulholland. He's playing well in this game.
It's just got a nice arc coming down on this forehand, on the stitch side. And I think these old Dreamlines are just finding it really nice. It's, throw it out and he's getting a really nice turn.
Just able to play with a bit of trust, as you know your bowl's going to be coming back, so it just removes one of the stresses, I suppose.
You just got to believe your eyes, don't you? It's sometimes, you know, we say to ourselves, God, it just can't be that wide, or it can't be that narrow. It's yeah, your eyes aren't going to lie to you. You just got to believe them. If you've got to go out there, you've got to go out there.
So look at this nice wide arc, and if he's got the weight, which he didn't quite have, but you can see it was just on that lovely track back to the centre line. Another 2 feet would have been perfect. tighter arc.
The
got
fighting
it,
line
though.
down here.
Great
Shot of the
shot.
jack. Yeah, it's a pretty good shot. He's given it a chance. It's not crazy weight. He's just pinched that line and add a little bit. Made sure he's there. Better delivery. That the palm was to heaven at the end of that the bowl. It's coming out pretty sweet.
I think
A
that's the
bit too
best bit of
sweet.
Yeah, it's a problem sometimes. But just about the best bit of advice I was ever given for bowls was that your palm to the sky, and it should be after you've let go of your bowl, someone should be able to pick another ball up and put it in your hand.
Put it in.
You should be
yeah.
able to grip it again. It just stops any weird stuff happening upon release. You know, your hand should just, my bowl should come off all the fingers at the same time. So if you palm to the sky, I feel like you could place the ball back in it. It'll save so much
Yeah,
trouble.
just on that
Have a look
running
at-
surface
have a
as
look at this.
quick as it can.
Yeah. So counter derby's
Yep.
exactly like that. See?
And you can
Yeah.
place the
Beautiful.
ball back into his hand.
And look how slow
no
he is to come
wobble.
up. No.
Good first one down there.
It's probably a counter there. I was just reading about Neil Fisher, who played Pete Hodgson in the national singles final. So you'll know who won that, Joe, I suppose. When was that?
Yeah, I think certain
2012.
Peter, Peter
Yeah.
Nobby Hodgson from the State
Yeah.
Bowling Club here in Nelson.
And Fisher must have played bowls like this, because it just says in the semi-final he was 9-0 down against Riker Gregory, who was, you know, something to behold, wasn't he? He was an outstanding young bowler. Then he was 15-4 down, and he beat
Wow.
Gregory 21-19.
Goodness
into the
gracious
final.
me.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
I think if I remember correctly that the weather played a big part in those singles that year, and I think everyone qualified and it was straight knockout.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit of a different...
Ah, well. That'd be straight. So it was in Auckland then, was it?
Yeah, yep, it was
How
actually.
dare you? Auckland's got lovely weather.
Yeah, I remember
Once or
those
twice a
days,
year.
Alex. Here's another good one.
Two very good
Flick it
bowls
across
from
the
Neil
two.
here.
Lovely
Yeah,
That's
gosh.
brilliant. Changing his hand, playing down that backhand, trying to find that little channel
Yeah.
down there. He's got a number of bowls to work off if he's a bit wide.
Just having a conversation here.
Might give us a chance to have a look at that women's final score when the guys are ready. We can see it being played in the background. And
Would you look
6-2,
at that?
Hanawera over Picton. Yeah.
They've scored 4 ends in a row, so a 1 and a 2 on the first 2 ends for the Picton team, and then all one-way traffic so far, and 1s and 2s for Hanawera. Bev and Debbie, very experienced bowlers, particularly at these Silver Star events. I counted it up. I think Bev Corbett's on 12 Silver Star titles, and Debbie's got 6. So they've been here and done this before. Very impressive.
Yeah. And they've won this title twice before.
I just saw the toe wiggle, Joe.
Little toe wiggle.
Part of the routine, apparently.
Yeah.
Feather off
Yep.
here, anything would be good for Keanu. Feather off anything would be good.
Oh,
Gee.
Too small a feather.
this is that. He's landed the second shot.
Is mine sitting hard on it? Sorry? Is mine sitting hard on it? Your bowl? Yeah. It's about on jack, low. I can't. Hard. I can't afford to touch it, can I? No.
What was
that's
the
a
last
no.
word he heard? Touch it.
Yeah, no.
Panic.
Yep. So Neil goes around and picks up the scorecard of the pen that he tosses on the ground every time he goes up there. It was a good safe shot. A single then to Browns Bay. They now trail by 10-7 in this final of the Somerset Men's Champion of Champion Peers. We've played 8 of the 18 ends. To get this far, Darby and Stevens beat Bellis and Wilson of Aramaho, and the Fisher-Mulholland combination beat Glendinning and Trevathan of Geraldine and an extra end. Well, in fact, both those games ended up just 1 point difference, so really tight matches.
Oh, look at this from Shaw Mulholland. That's beautiful. Little spray chalk.
You come around that.
Spray chalk is we still think of it as newish, but it's actually not that new as a bowls accessory, is it? We've had spray chalk for a long time now.
I think it was
Pens or something new.
An international rule that you had to use a spray chalk, so you weren't actually physically touching the bowl.
Yes, that rings a bell.
That makes sense too, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, it does.
Cool.
Go in with a piece of chalk and you've got to hold a bowl sometimes because it's teetering and, you know, you let it go and whose fault is it? And
Oh dear.
Yep.
here's a good line. Yep, top bowl. Just an ounce more weight and he would have been sitting in for shot there from Stevens.
Switching to the forehand now.
Cool. A little touch around the corner would be ideal here from Sean. Just take any
How's
shot
the
away
weight?
from Roger.
Try.
It was a good try.
Oh, it's
Not bad
On
at
the
all, is
tighter
it? Just
side
going to cut
again.
under. Yeah.
Interesting. This is an interesting head building because on the crossover, Neil, who's trailing by 3 on this crossover, should be thinking, oh, we're a chance of at least the 2 here. You know, you've got a bowl close to the head. If Neil can play a good first bowl, a front toucher, Keanu's going to have to do a lot of work to score on this end. And if you're trailing by 3 on N9, that's exactly what you want to be happening if you're a Browns Bay supporter. So this first bowl here, this is the key one. You want to get as close as he can to the jack. And now we wait for it to come back in.
Yeah, that's not bad, is it? You might
not
just
bad
tickle that
here.
jack around the corner.
Look at
Get a
this.
little touch around the corner. Oh,
Needs to sit down. Oh,
oh, it's yeah. Again, it's just made that target area a little bit wider.
you can see it. Hands on hips there. It was
Yeah.
half a bowl away from absolute perfection there, Neil.
Is now Keanu can certainly use that last bowl. Get some back down onto the jack.
Sorry? Like to try and move it slightly with it. All right.
Good call. Yeah.
Yep.
Just try and take that wee shoulder away. Just turns that back down onto the centre line. It's a pretty good shot. Oh, it's a good attempt. And it's finished in
Beautiful
a really
way.
good home.
Right. I think hopefully the technical issues have been resolved. Sorry, we had some issues at the stadium itself. Glad to be back. If you are back, seeing us, just let your friends and family know if they've logged out, and with a bit of luck, I'll be joined shortly again by John and Joe in the commentary booth. But we resumed. We're back, John.
Yes, excellent. Well, that's always exciting, isn't it, when you lose contact and someone pulls the plug out? I remember doing that I was commentating at the Southeast Asian Games in Singapore at one stage, and I was by myself at the swimming, commentating solo, and someone walked past in front of me and must have just clipped one of the power cables.
Yes.
And of course, being totally hopeless with that sort of thing, I was pulling plugs out of my machinery, and the back at the studio they were saying, "What's happened, John? What's happened?" And they couldn't hear me, and then I just looked down and I noticed that someone had just clipped it. So it was just a power plug, and I put it back in, and everything was fine, and I was suddenly a technical genius.
Yeah, I believe that's almost exactly what's just happened to us here at the Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium. But back in time to see this brilliant bowl from Neil Fisher. Here we go. County Derby on the back end. 10-all the score now. I try.
Well, that white bowl's worth 3, isn't it?
And it is still worth 3, John.
Yeah.
You'd think that's what County will try and do. He could get a bit unlucky there, I suppose. You can see you got Sean's bowls that are sort of scattered at the back of the head, but if you can sit through that white bowl, it's worthwhile, isn't it?
Well, it's certainly there, and he's playing. He's got a lovely touch, hasn't he? Kano Derby plays it nicely. Great delivery.
Yeah, does everything right.
Yeah, swinging a bit wide here, but you never know what might happen. No, nothing.
No, not quite.
So a single there, and it's suddenly the Browns Bay team which is in front in this final of the Somerset Men's Champion of Champion Peers.
It's had lots of twists and turns this game. Good bowls all the way through, but we saw, I mean, even on, was it end 3, John? Keanu played a shot that he was right in the area, one bowl in the area, but got an incredible result out of it.
Yep.
And they, from there, built themselves
they
a good
followed up
lead
with a 4 after that, I think. They got a 4 on the 4th, so suddenly they were 9-2 ahead, and then they dropped a 3 into single, so 9-6, 10-6, and now 10-11 down Northeast Valley. So the home team, they practiced a lot here, they would have played a lot here, but that doesn't mean a great deal when the opposition have had 3 days of bowls and played really well to get where they are.
Roger on the forehand.
That's a good starter again from Stevens.
It's been a good battle between these two leads, hasn't it?
Well, they're not far away, are they? At least 2 of their 3 are in the zone, which is all, well, you can ask for more. Of course, you want 3 in the zone, but
it's about right.
not big short bowls or anything, are they? Right, these 2 from Mulholland, nice placement. Stevens just checking down to see whether his ball went over the spot that he might have been looking at. And again, good weight.
Backhand again.
Yeah, slightly outside that avenue that he's been using. He's looking at his two bowls there. They were, you wouldn't say they were narrow by any means, but it looked to be just wanting to get one to the other side of the jack. Pushed it a bit far. Here goes Stevens with his third. Inside his own, or just pushing his own in. And he does.
Yeah,
so that's some 5 good bowls there, really. So 11-10, this is another tense game. The 2 semi-finals for the men, there was a 1 point difference with Mulholland and Fisher beating Bellis and Wilson of Aramaho, and Darby and Stevens, a 1-shot victory over Glendinning and Trevathan from Geraldine.
Another close semi-finals too we saw from the men, John. I think there was just 1 point in it for both the semis, so if this final goes right to the wire, both of these teams will have been there and done that already today. Look at that. Oh, great effort from Neil.
You're just under that. Yep, you can use a piece of this.
Just looking at the way they went through, the North East Valley team beat Whangamata, Hughes and Cotter by 20-7 first round. Then they beat Powell and McGregor, Awamoa, 18-12. That sounds like Joe's noise coming through.
Hello.
Then they had good. Then they had the bye. We've had a wee break here, Joe. We're back on. Everything fell down. Someone pulled the pin. Then we had 18-5. They beat the Hinawera team, Kevin Smith and Bruce Milne, and 21-13. They were beaten by Aaron Love and Mark O'Brien of Martinborough. So that was their road to the situation where they are now. That's the North East Valley team. Very tight head here. Oh, lovely ball. What a touch draw. Really good. Fisher now with his team having taken the lead for the first time since the first end, when they opened the scoring with a 2. Just getting slightly tied up.
Yeah, a bit of frustration there. Welcome back to the commentary booth, Joe.
Thanks very much. A bit of a whoopsie there.
Oh, it's just to keep us all on our toes, I think. But we didn't miss a huge amount. I think we missed about 5 bowls, half an end, and you can see on the score there, the score took 11-10 now to Neil and Sean, and still plenty of life left in this game.
Have we heard how the women's final is going, the score in that one?
We're just going to have a look at that actually, Joe, yeah, because there's a lot of interest. Picton and Hinawera clubs are bombarding us with requests.
Rightly so.
Just a single. Here we go, 8-6 to Picton. There's Jenny Anderson, the skip of that Picton team. And she's had a couple of great seasons. We first saw her, didn't we, Alex, at the Bowls 3-5 when her and her partner Alec Wiley were playing for Woodend. they've since moved from that area up to the Picton Club, and Jenny is having a absolutely fabulous couple of years since moving up there. So she'll be in her element, very competitive, good bowler, and she's playing with Helen McIsaac. And they're leading at the moment then, Chris Telford and Michelle Robinson from Hastings.
From strength to strength, she has gone for sure.
She really has. We get to play them a number of times, you know, Nelson Marlborough, in representative fixtures, and her game is just improving all the time. And what I like about Jen is she gets it. She's just a fierce competitor. She loves the game. She practices and trains, and every opportunity she can, she just tries to get better. And you can't fault the lady. You know, she's a really nice lady. I've got a lot of time for her.
And she finishes off most games with a glass of wine, and she's a very knows a bit about her
Fair
wine. Yeah.
It's all about knowledge, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, look at this.
That's handy. I was looking at how North East Valley had got through to this stage, just looking at Fisher and Mulholland. They beat Powell and McGregor from Awamoa by 13-10. They beat the Henawera combination that I mentioned earlier, 20-12. They were beaten by the Bannockburn team, 21-10. That was Bob McCauley and Doug O'Callaghan. And then they had a 20-10 win over Chinnery and Dodsworth of Motueka. So not many have gone through unscathed. But these two teams, while they might have lost a match along the way, and they have kept their cool, played to their best, and are now fighting out the final.
Oh, it's probably the worst bowl we've seen Sean play.
No.
Nature of the tournament, it's you can afford to lose one in the section play. But once you hit that post section, she's pretty cutthroat.
On the forehand. And so looking for a good correction here from Sean Mulholland. Oh, switching to the backhand, sorry. So different entirely, but looking to probably beat that 12 o'clock blue bowl, 6 o'clock blue bowl.
Pretty good bowls by Roger there. You know, he's got one relatively close and a couple of 2 feet behind. Nice little holding pen for in case the jack moves.
Nicely played.
Good shot.
Yep.
Very good.
The Neil Fisher, that one slap on the thigh was rapturous applause. And Mulholland did exactly what was asked. I mean, if he'd gone through the gap, he would have ended up a fair way back, but he had stuff to rest on, those 2 blue bowls to rest on. He did it. It's a handy position for him.
Yep. I didn't realise.
And Kano on the forehand.
A toe wiggle.
Okay, that's
Just waiting for this bowl to come back in.
Just wanted to turn that blue bowl down, I think. Just roll it down and up and over a couple of times. Just neaten it up.
Looked a bit bemused at his bowl, to be fair.
Yeah, little quick. I think it came out a bit hot.
Problem having too smooth a delivery. He'll make a correction here.
Yeah, not quite the correction he wanted.
No, Neil looking at the ground. Let that one go. You could just about hear it as well.
He's not far away.
No, I was going to say,
Didn't
he
go-
missed that one. He was fine.
Yeah, but a bad
So-
delivery.
Yeah.
Beautiful shot.
I might see a change of hand here, would we, with Keanu now? Is that an easier way to play?
Yeah, it's a tough decision. He's played 2 down there, but he hasn't played 2 very, very good bowls down
No,
there. So
that's
sometimes I
right.
think you completely change the shot. You refocus. You know, you can get pushed into playing the same shot 3 times where, you know, sometimes it's just refresh, have another crack at it, go through your process and play the shot.
His lead's
Not
interested.
far away.
He's very
It's
close
not
here.
bad at all.
Oh, yeah.
It's a holding.
Oh, good shot.
Good shot.
Great shot.
Good bowl. Same as the last, he says.
Yeah.
Makes it sound
And
simple.
he calls back, I can't remember, what was the last?
It's a sweet delivery, isn't it? It's
Yeah, it is.
yeah, just
Compact.
nothing. Not a lot can go wrong with it.
And not a lot has
What
gone
goes
wrong
right
with
with
it.
it?
Look at this
Wow.
here. He's going to
Oh,
make
he's
it.
made 2.
Made it 2.
Oh.
Surely he's made it 2.
Maybe. What a shot. What a couple of great bowls.
Staggeringly good.
One,
One.
Just
one
the
it
one.
was.
Oh, well. That was still a good bowl. Try a toucher, so even better than the last one.
We're playing the 13th end of this men's final. The red disc bowls belong to the Browns Bay combination of Neil Fisher and Sean Mulholland. Mulholland on the mat now. The blue discs belong to Roger Stevens and Keanu Darby. And just an action away to the left there, it's the women's final. Hinuera against Picton, with the last score we had, Picton leading, but that also is, as you would expect, a tight match.
On the forehand.
Now, if you're watching this at home, or you're presumably at home, and you think I could play this, there are clubs all over the country for you, and you just need to, well, in fact, one of the easiest ways to find your local club is to go onto the Bowls New Zealand website. They have Find a Club there. You can find that on their menu, or most people in the smaller towns and that know exactly where the bowling club is, and every bowling club will welcome you, whether you want to just come in and become a social member and use the facilities and get involved in their events, or if you want to become a casual type player, play when it suits you, or if you want to become like these players here, very keen and competitive, you can do that as well. And now's a good time to do it, really, because clubs are in that midwinter stage, so their new seasons will be opening. They'll be looking at membership at all clubs about now, but you can decide later in the year and join up at Christmas or after Christmas. The season is, the clubs will always welcome any people who are interested in getting involved, learning a bit about bowls.
Dead right, John. And I know that the bowling clubs, you know, they may be associated with the sport of lawn bowls, but for a lot of the smaller centres, for a lot of all the centres around, they can become a hub, you know, for people just wanting to come out and have a quiet beer or a quiet get together with some friends or meet new friends and just become a bit of a hub in the society that attract people to come along and just be part of the community.
Yes, and a lot of clubs too have other activities. I know where we are, there's a mahjong group that play on Mondays. We've had quite a strong indoor bowls team operating out of the club as well. Lots of other activities, and many clubs have got, a proper sort of sporting facility. Got the pokies, and they've got darts and pool and everything like that. So, every club's different, but they're all warm and welcoming. Look at this one here behind the glass wall. All those people there in the comfort of a nice warm bar viewing area. Restaurant, as I've mentioned earlier, with as Joe confirmed, and Dave Edwards as well. The spring roll, best cheese rolls around.
Yeah, pretty good. It's a really good viewing platform. It's a couple of metres above the green, so you're looking down onto the green. They've done it really well. It's a great stadium.
What a poor bowl from Fisher, eh? Gosh, it must have been
a whole bowl
2 inches short. Yeah. Gosh, he's really been all these players here have played most impressively. 20 men's team, so
final.
27 centres we've got, so 7 centres didn't arrive. And as we mentioned over the last couple of days, for some it's you get someone who's unavailable for various reasons, or travelling the length of the country to get to another part of the country isn't always easy. But it's really worthwhile. Gosh.
How's the weight here from Keanu on the forehand? He's going to fall short. So big bowl upcoming from Neil Fisher. Bread and butter shot for this man.
It's a real good tournament to kind of as a gauge to where you're at in your bowling career and where you kind of fit in the big scheme of things, and just to play against people that you don't know, you may not have heard of. But you've got to treat them all with a lot of respect, because they all deserve to be here. But you get used to playing in your own little centre, and you get the little blinkers on a bit sometimes, and you gauge yourself against the people in your own centre. But it's good to play in a tournament like this and see what's out there and see where you rate, how you can improve.
Oh, good bowl here from Darby too, yeah. And you look at that, you look at Darby, Keanu Darby, who I don't know how old he is, might be 26 or something, and he's playing against this chap here who's not 26, and it is, a mature, might say slightly over middle-aged man, totally competitive against a young gun.
Yeah.
Again, it just reinforces the sport for all ages. And he comes. Great track, but he's turned his back on it. He knew as soon as he'd let it go that it was short. I'm not sure. Do you think it's 1 or 2 there for?
I think 1. I think the
finger measure
sits at 4 o'clock to the jack is second shot. But that's an absolute mild stab in the dark, John, and it might be 4 or 3 or 2 or whatever.
Sometimes the jack level bowl always seems a little bit closer for some reason.
Yes, it does. Yeah. So I think Roger just said 1, but he's having another wee look at it.
One's just fallen over too.
What just happened?
Yeah, bit risky what he's asking him to do. I think Roger's other blue bowl's just fallen out. I think Roger thought that it would be in the count if he got rid of the second shot bowl, but he's holding a good 1 here. It's a little bit risky to go looking for the second shot. Yeah, he's just trying to draw another one.
Not far away from doing so. Even sitting his own bowl down should be good enough. That one there around the corner.
That's very good. Great shot.
Good shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Superb shot. 2 it is. So they're back on the board. They've had a lean run, North East Valley. They were up by 9-4. That was playing the 5th, and then since then they've only scored on 2 ends. So they've dropped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ends, but they've only been the 1, 2 there. But so they haven't dropped big numbers. At this, they'll be pleased to get back onto the board here at 13-12.
And a short end, and some score updates, John, from the final. Look at that.
Good roll. Right. Half
10
that,
apiece. So locked right up after 10 ends in the women's final, which is going on next to us and running a little bit behind the men's final, which has only played 3 ends difference by the looks. Obviously another great game going on over there. And Roger with good weight, much shorter end. It's an interesting call, Joe.
It is. It's probably been the first end that's been not that nice 3/4 length. So it'll be interesting to see how they jump on their line straight away. Obviously, there is a little bit of a difference with the shorter length and the line taking, but yeah, it's just that awareness of where the jack is, where it is on the part of the green, where the mat is. Is it playing different in the middle of the green to the end of the green? It's it's an awareness that you need to be really on top of your game with, because things change so quickly, and it's whoever jumps on the quickest generally gets a bit of a head start in the end. It's all about building pressure up on the opposition, so get in there first.
Go Shaw Mulholland on his forehand, making a correction. First bowl was not very short, but a little. And this bowl on the tight side, but he might get a good inside out.
Yeah, so just a bit unlucky that he hit his own, but at least it's gone up into a not bad position, healthier than it was.
On the tight side, but had really good weight.
It's a good track here too. Oh,
Good shot.
Yep.
Good shot here.
Some outstanding bowls in
back
this game.
toucher. Very good shot. It's getting him to change his hand with his last one here. I think a really good call. He's got the jack bowl target to get down to.
Not bad either. Is he up? Oh, he's
Yes.
played
Out
it
to
cook.
run.
Really good
shot.
bowl.
Great
Oh,
shot.
beautiful.
There.
That's just outstanding.
Outstanding stuff. It's as good as it'll get. Brilliant bowl from Shaw Mulholland on a short end. Keanu being indicated to draw on the forehand to Roger's foot. In the perfect world, he can roll the shot bowl out and sit there for 4.
Good call by Roger. Just real nice, confident draw down here. You can get an absolute bomb of a result by sitting the bowl fat, but he's got a few other options either side too.
Ooh, nice line. You get underneath it.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, that's handy there though, isn't it? You know, not bad
Great.
at all.
Great home. Yep. Really good weight. It's definitely not out of play, that last bowl.
Careful.
Oh, it's
Yeah, good bowl.
very good. Needed another one close. It was looking a bit vulnerable. Sean's bowl. Good call again. If he lands the white one, then it's 4 or 5 of their bowls to the shot bowl down, and Keanu's got a bowl left. It's that nice weight that's it's going to hang around.
Close to a result. Cannon that one through. Onto the jack. Oh, the bowl's just about as good. I think he's done
Got
it,
it,
Joe.
I think.
Good effort.
Yeah.
Good effort.
Sometimes it works for you and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
But he was in there with the right weight.
That was lovely speed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It certainly was.
Oh, it's a short end. It's got a bit of work to do this bowl if it's going to come back.
Two identical bowls there from Neil Fisher. Yes, often it's better to go up and have a look, isn't it, so that you can see exactly what the situation is, and you can take all the directions you like from a lead, in this case, who you respect mightily, but just to see it for yourself.
Yeah. He's got to
Yeah.
be a little bit careful here. I mean, the perfect shot is onto the blue through the black for 3. But if he gets on the tighter side and he gets on the inside edge of the blue bowl, then the jack's going over to those 2 white bowls. So I think you've got
That's
to be
exactly what
a
Roger
little bit,
Stevens pointed out, wasn't it? He just said
little bit
he could see
careful.
him drawing a
Yeah.
line. Yeah, yeah. So he's come back now, clear notion in his head of what he needs to play, aware, of course, that his opponent still has a white bowl sitting there ready to play.
Kanu on the forehand.
Nice area out there.
Yeah.
Little helping hand off.
Flick.
Oh, good
try.
effort. Good effort. Just did not need to be narrow there.
Yeah, is that last bowl green one out there? Where's it in relation to the jack? Can I give it away?
That's a great bowl from Neil. It's a wonder Sean didn't say, oh, you're short.
Yeah.
I'll get it.
The bowl's all the way back. And
13 all.
nothing between them in this game.
Well, where you get Matt normally?
Neil literally saying, don't change what we've been doing. Fair enough effort on the jack.
First bowl of this, the 15th end, 15 of 18, and it's tied up at 13 all. I'll check on the women's score for you in a tick. It's Picton against Hinawera. Gee, that's tight too. 12-10. Picton still in front. 12 ends gone.
Two mighty finals going on here at the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium. And look at this bowl from Roger Stevens. That's a good shot. Great battle going on. Good delivery. Just watching the bowl come back to the centre line now. It should bite. Oh, it's just gonna go past the little perfect line there. You see it finished in line with the jack. Maybe a mat over it.
See, two quite different styles, aren't they, Joe, when you look at these two leads, and yet the end result, it's the bowl leaving the hand is perfect, the way they do it, and the delivery and end result is really good. So just have a look, as you mentioned, the Tony Grantham lookalike, Sean Mulholland. It's quite different, this, but it's upright and now over, and the hand follows through nicely, but it just looks different to what Keanu does, and yet we've got another great result.
Yeah, you did right. I think there's just bits of the delivery that needs to be good, and that's where the timing comes from, the way it comes out of your hand, and there's 100 different ways of getting there. Obviously, you know, you look at the different ages, you watch the kids play now, and they haven't got a problem with any knees and hips and backs and things, and it's just easy. It looks easy for them, but you know, as we go on a bit in life and things start to hurt a bit, and you know, you can't possibly get the absolute perfect technique, but you find a technique that works for you, and I think as long as you're doing exactly the same thing every time, you know, that the bowl is coming out of your hand sweetly, more often than not, and that you're not, you know, scuffing it or bouncing it or dropping it. You know, that's where you need to be at. So yeah, in the perfect world, we've all got the perfect delivery, but actually, in actual fact, no, we have to kind of manufacture them, your delivery to fit yourself. So that's why you see so many different deliveries. But geez, they make them work, and it's just learning how your delivery, you know, with your bowl. Obviously, you can use the same bowl as someone else and get a completely different line. So, you know, don't be looking at anyone else's line, because, you get fooled a little bit, because your delivery is unique, and the line that you take with your bowl is unique too. So, yeah, you've got to find that out yourself.
Yep.
Keanu on the forehand. Holding one. 13 all.
Inside that red one, he'll be happy. Feather. Oh, good bowl. That's all right there.
Good shot. Another counter.
Yep. I dare say Fisher won't be short this time.
He's still got to be
makes a correction. Yeah.
Trying to get one really close though. He can't go flying through this.
Oh dear, John, what have you done?
Oh, well. And he goes back. He's berating himself.
One bowl to go. That's what I love about pairs, 3-bowl pairs. Unlike your 2-bowl triples or fours, is you do get a third bowl. It's often a salvation bowl, because if you miss your first, you still have that last hope. And how often is it used to good effect?
Oh, look.
Popped another one in here.
Yeah,
He's going to need to play a good one too.
Yeah, be a bit disappointed with his first 2 bowls. The way he's been playing, he's been drawing very well.
I dare say he won't be short this time.
John.
Oh, hello, John.
Oh, poor bowl. That's
He
the
was
one.
he was a little bit. He got up and let that bowl go very quickly. I don't know if you noticed that. It was almost a little bit more defined in what he's doing, and just a little bit rushed with that one. I think he wanted to get it out there and wanting it to be good. Even more the reason why you go through your process and do everything right on that mat.
So bonus time here, isn't it, for Darby and Stevens, holding 3. Let's see if he can convert. Neil Fisher picks up the mat.
He's played 3 outstanding bowls there, Keanu.
That's really good stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
And yeah, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4. What a time.
All 3 of Keanu's bowls counting. It's very good from skipping when you've got a couple of feet to draw another shot.
I think 5.
5.
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
Roger.
Yeah.
And you said, well, what stage of the game would you want to pick up a number and try and kick on from? About now would be the time you want to do that. That's perfect
Man,
timing
it's
for them. And
a good,
Neil and
good number to pick up any time of the game. But when you're 13 all with 4 to play, wow.
Neil and Sean really need to bounce back immediately, don't they? No, straight away you want to go, okay, it's just a little blip. Let's make sure that our last ball on this end is effective and we can score. They're probably looking to score a 2 or a 3, I think, Neil and Sean. And if they can do that, it won't hurt quite so much. But if they lose this end, you'll be thinking, well, 10 minutes ago we were 13 all and now we're on the penultimate end and we're 20-13 down. How has this happened? So they need to score this end, Neil and Sean, to stay in with a chance, I feel.
We'll just get a quick look at the women's game in a moment for you to just keep you updated on that. It was very close. It was 12-10 the last time we looked, and that was with the Picton combination leading. Good starter here from Roger Stevens.
Sean on the back end.
Yeah, the North East Valley pair have played a really good pairs game, I think. You know, Roger's been there or thereabouts, 13-10 to Picton. Yeah, Roger's been there or thereabouts, and the ends that he hasn't been, you know, Keanu's really been able to just hold the fort and just draw second shot here and there, and you know, the last end to draw 3 within a foot for all counting, it's really good bowls by Keanu. And Roger's just setting it up really, really well. He's got a lot of bowls within the 2 to 3 feet. And, you know, any skip would be happy with that.
Neil indicating that he wants Sean to play on the forehand side. He's not far away here. He's played very well in this game. Look at this.
Played it well. Yeah, good,
That's a beautiful
good
shot.
shooting.
Yeah. Yeah, doesn't need to change his hand. He's altered his line slightly on the second one to finish to the other side of the jack, and now it's somewhere in between with slightly more weight just to rest the shot bowl or the jack. Inside edge off his own would be handy, or an outside edge.
Up and over. Yeah,
That'll do. About 9 options there.
Sean's just playing the same shot on the other hand. Yeah, pretty,
look at that.
pretty good. Look, all 6 bowls jack level.
Pretty impressive.
So given that this men's final is running ahead of the women's final by a number of ends, and provided that the men's final doesn't slow down or the women's one speed up, so there's a couple of things there. Do hang around, viewers, if you want to watch the end of the women's final. We won't be able to get this perfect coverage with all the cameras, but we might be able to point a couple of cameras in the right direction and be able to provide some updates and winners as they happen of the women's final. Just provided everything continues as it is, I think we'll probably get 2 or 3 ends worth of that. And Keanu on the backhand. Needs it to hold. Needs it to hold. Good bowl.
Beautiful
Good
weight.
That's a good shot. Just changes up the angles here for Neil. You know, look quite easy to play down to sit Roger's bowl out for 3 or 4. We'll be doing a similar shot just over the draw. Oh, Oh, he's played it
Oh,
well
good shot.
again.
I feel like I said good
It's
shot
almost
a lot
like
this
indoor
game.
bowls there, Alex.
Yeah. Just changing with every bowl, isn't it?
Yes.
Very effective bowls. On the forehand.
Pretty good too. Oh,
Great effort.
well.
We're still one down.
Yep. Good call. Good call from Sean here. And just a similar shot down this backhand. A little bit of jack movements, all in favour of the Browns Bay team.
Not far away here, Neil Fisher.
Oh,
Good shot.
good shot.
That'll be the shot.
Every bowl's been effective. Neil's brave to be leaning against that. I'm not sure how stable it is. Whatever it is that he's leaning on. As we wait for Keanu's bowl.
It's a small target, isn't he? He's looking to just sit on his own ball, turn that over, and yet he's right in the zone, or he'll sit on that red one
Inside
and
out.
settle. Oh,
Off, off.
no.
Oh,
Through a gap.
he's got
Wow.
a real good opportunity here to make 3 or 4.
Yep. You won't be wanting to overthink it. Keep it simple.
No.
Further back. Thank you.
Gee, if they could bounce back from that 5 with a number of their own, that would bring this game to a very exciting conclusion.
Interesting. If he's got the weight, it's very interesting.
He's not there, is
not
he?
got the weight.
No.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
what a waste of a perfect green.
Nothing for short.
Beautiful track. Didn't
Oh.
make it up to the head.
Just single on the 16th to the Browns Bay combination. They trail by 4, 2 ends to play.
What a match. Neil will be giving Sean a foot to deliver the jack to. Oh, very nice delivery of the jack, actually. Too nice.
This might be the longest end we've seen so far. So Keanu Darby, who began his bowls in Temuka, that's where he went to college and learned at the Temuka Club, which I know has gone from strength to strength in recent times. A couple of those country clubs there, as I mentioned, also the Geraldine Club. We had semi-finalists from Geraldine here today.
Great bowl.
Started by Roger.
Yeah, very good. So the change in length didn't affect him at all. Immediately onto it.
Line's good.
Look for a slight
Backhand.
correction.
Not far away here, Sean Mulholland. That's a good bowl. That's a very good bowl there.
Played that very well.
In an ideal world, he'd be just beating that last bowl of Mulholland's, just drawing round the jack and just sitting on it. Pretty good. That's a great position there too.
You're one down. Right, it's an inch off it. So you're looking to sit it on that hand, or either hand, whichever way you can see it, whether you're through there or through there, flames ahead.
Quite like that from Neil. You know, you give your lead the responsibility of picking a shot and taking ownership of it. Last thing you want is you call the shot and your lead wants to play the other hand. It's, you know, you give them the option and then you pick your hand and you play the shot. And you take responsibility for the decision you make.
Even this side's good.
He'd like to play it again. I think you see, you play that shot and you think, oh, that was the sort of weighty one. Oh, gosh, I'm too narrow. No. And he gave him the option of playing the other hand, but he seems to have preferred playing this hand anyway. Yeah, I'm sorry, mate. And all Neil Fisher said when he bowled, he said, hard luck, that's all right.
There's no point in getting too reactive as a skip during a game anyway, because you can't do anything once the bowl's being played. So I don't think you'd want to waste the energy and being irked. See him on the floor. I think he's going to hit this based on his wind up here. Straight down the middle. Well, not quite straight down the middle, is it?
It's a nice archy down the middle.
He was trying to hit it, so I was half.
It wasn't short.
With a
yeah.
Controlled weight. Getting a bit excitable.
So 18-14 here. After 16 ends, the women's game is just an end or two behind, I think, or they were. So here goes Derby now. That backhand looking to get around. I mean, when he's looking at the scoreboard, he just wants to make sure he's in a position not to concede a number. And here he is with the back bowl.
Yeah,
that's very good.
Great shot.
Good shot by Keanu here. He's really made Neil Fisher play with an absolute perfect weight. It's always a bit harder when you've got to only play just over a draw or a couple of feet away. With Keanu having that best back one, it just forced Neil's hand a little bit.
So just for your information, that at the end of this, we'll show you some highlights, and then it'll give us hopefully enough time to at least swing one camera around somewhere so we can give you the last, hopefully that other game, the women's game, is still going, the last end or two of that. Oh, Perla here.
Great shot.
So now holding a 6-point lead before this bowl of Neil Fisher's. And you almost start thinking,
Neil.
oh, you stop
Oh,
thinking.
he's
Not
onto
bad,
something.
dear.
Here you go,
What
he's
a
going to get
shot.
it too. He's going to get it too.
What a shot.
I
Wow.
almost swore.
That's perfect. Perfect result.
What a shot.
Perfect weight. Wow. Great shot.
Psychologically, how's that for Roger and Keanu? Because they would have been thinking, oh, we're pretty close.
It's all over now.
Closing this
Yeah.
game out. What a bowl. Yeah, this is good from Keanu, walking up to the head. What a bowl. That's
I
just,
think he'll go down there and find that he's 2 down.
and the women's final, 16-12 on the 15th end. So they've still got 3 to go. 2 to go. I'm just having a chat here. What are we doing here, team? If you're Keanu and Roger, you're now 2 down on the head out of nowhere. What's the shot?
Yes.
Oh, I think he's either trying to play a perfect shot down this backhand, a little inside edge off the green bowl, off his own bowl for a second shot. There's only a 1 bowl target down this forehand. Again, it's whatever he's confident with, whatever he thinks he can get.
well be determined by the fact that he did put up that back bowl, didn't he? The one that's not far short of the ditch. So if he does play forehand, then it's movement of the jack back there. But I think, what do you reckon?
Yeah, he's not going to be short down this forehand.
No.
He's not short. He is wide. Just what a shot by Neil Fisher. That is snatching. It's a good, just a good bowl. Nothing lucky about it. Played it absolutely perfect.
Yep. Got the perfect angle to get to.
Yep.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And acknowledged by Sean there, which is nice to see.
Great stuff. Those are the shots you dream about. You know, you're under pressure on the penultimate end of a national final. You're down on the head. You fall down on the card. Pulled out absolute perfection. What a time to do it.
The jack comes down for the final end. Well, we imagine it will be, unless we end up tied, but the final end, and it's 18-16. Darby and Stevens, home combination from North East Valley, leading by 18-16 against Fisher and Mulholland of Browns Bay, North Harbour representatives. Jack hasn't gone down all that far.
I suspect that was, you'd be feeling a bit tight perhaps. And when that happens, sometimes you underthrow things. See Sean on the forehand. Bit of pressure.
A little bit of pressure, just need to just calm your nerves a little bit. A couple of deep breaths always helps, just relaxes your shoulders.
And there, Neil just giving Sean that instruction again, Joe, just saying, look, do what you want to do.
Yes, do what you've been doing. I know, it's a little bit different from the 1st to the 18th end, when you're a couple of down and you're just pleading,
look at this.
Just get one close. But Neil was very good with Sean then, just calming him down, just draw a shot, you're just playing another bowl on another green on another day. Just go through your process and let the critter go.
This one from Roger on the back end. Good correction from his first.
Very good bowl again.
On the forehand. Down to the weight. Keeps running, and for second it'll be good for the Browns Bay combination. Yeah, holding two.
Yeah, good call by Roger there. He hasn't played many, if any, bowls down this forehand. He definitely doesn't want the last bowl of the game to be going down there. He's played a really good one with the second one. He's just trying to get another one close. And he's played it very well. Doesn't need the shot, just another one close.
Yeah. Good leading by these
Plays
leads
that
on
other
this
hand.
final end.
Yeah, plays that ditch hand. He's just guessing a little bit. And sometimes it's a bit of a wasted bowl where just play what you know. Get another one close and set it up for your skip and Keanu.
Those two blue balls are really in a perfect position. Might not have shot, as we've mentioned several times, but they give the skip one really good shot to play, or two if he decides to be just drawing. That it looks such a nice target, doesn't it? Between those two red disc bowls, not a drive. I'm not meaning, but just to run it through there. They're probably first and second shot anyway. So, in fact, that's not a bad short bowl from Fisher. So he's just going to follow his lead down.
Yeah, just needs to keep his head. Yeah, nothing rash at the moment.
Interesting.
About 4 feet or so. Now, better than before.
Just needs to make a
Darby and
correction
Stevens
here.
can afford to drop one, but not two.
Oh, we're back in. A lot of tension here.
Just precise, just taking that little extra time. Get yourself set up.
Through nice and square. Following this ball down with intent, with purpose.
Nice
He's
track.
close here.
Nice
This
track
is-
here. Is he there?
Oh, gosh.
We had good enough weight, just a bowl wider.
Still holding two, he says, the draw, holding the draw. What are you going to do, Neil?
You're not allowed to do that, Neil. Pick my front bowl up, he says.
It's good, you can still have a bit of levity.
Oops,
He doesn't like
he's
that
not
one.
a fan of this one.
Doesn't like that one at all.
I'm not sure why.
Seen worse.
Ooh, get a wee edge off that white bowl.
Just about set in for third shot.
Yeah.
So here we go. Keanu, he's the draw as it sits. You would expect a forehand, or maybe not. What would you do? What are we doing?
Play that same shot again, eh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
just
played
play-
2 bowls down there. He hasn't been far away.
Add a cigarette paper of green.
Yep, that's all.
Came out good. Are we seeing an extra end, or is this it? Is this the bowl that wins the final?
It's not there. Extra
It's
end.
not the bowl that wins the final. And we go to an extra end, folks. Wow.
Two it is. Wow.
Oh, give it away. Oh, that's. I was confused. So just to explain what's happened there to viewers, if they were paying as much attention as I was, they essentially tossed a coin there, and Neil Fisher and Sean Mulholland have won the toss and are sending Keanu and Roger into bat. So now they have the advantage in this national final.
All right, that'll
game.
give us a chance to have a look at the women's score while these guys get ready. This is the extra end, 18 all. So we just had a killed end next door, have we, in the women's?
I believe so. They're both coming right to the end.
So 16-12, played 15 ends. The 16th end was killed.
What you wouldn't give for a front toucher right here.
Yeah.
Been sent in, you've been given your length.
And then you draw a front toucher.
Oh,
Oh, not far off it. Not bad though. So they were all, the two leads were quite tense playing the last, particularly Mulholland, I think. And then now they're playing another one, so they won't be tense at all. They didn't expect to be playing this.
I'm not sure that's the way it works, John.
well, because of Neil's perfect bowl on the 17th end.
Yep.
Pretty much game down to give themselves a chance, and it was such a good shot. It was such a well-weighted bowl. Perfect result. Couldn't have played it better.
Little piece of magic.
good ball coming in.
Good measure, mate. Pace is good.
That was good. All four players have managed their body language really well in this game. All seem pretty or reasonably relaxed, all things considered. How's your speed, Sean? That's the line you need. I think it's short. Oh, dearie me.
Coming a little bit of a wall in front of this here.
You can almost see the pressure, eh?
Yeah.
Yes. You see Stevens being told just to bring it in a bit. Play onto your own. That's it there. Knock one up.
He's played this very well.
Yeah.
Good ball.
Yeah, that's it.
Very, very good shot.
On the forehand, says Neil. And at the very least, even if Sean misses his intended target, he'll just be wanting to see a bowl past the head here. Even a metre or two past is fine. Needs to see a bowl past the head.
Oh, all on the
How's
jack.
Oh, such a great line.
Oh, gee.
Gordon.
Curled around.
Well, it was underplayed, but it might have done just about enough. And a smile there between the players.
So, Alex, what if there's a kill on the extra end? Is that respotted or do they play it again?
I thought you were going to ask me that question.
Didn't
I believe
disappoint
so.
then.
You're prepared.
I'm pretty sure it's respotted. I'm pretty sure it's respotted.
Because it hasn't
I'll-
been
I'll
during the
double check on
game. It's-
yeah, I'll double check on the conditions of play, which everyone else will have read, I'm sure. The players will have. But yeah, during the game, it's a kill's a kill, but I'm sure on this extra end, I'll find the exact wordings.
Darby with his first of 3 on this extra end. They're holding the shot. He certainly doesn't want to be pushing up the opposition bowl.
So the
Oh.
a little snick.
Wow,
The wording is
that's a very good shot.
if an extra end is required to decide a drawn game, there will be no kills on the extra end and the jack will be spotted on the 2 metre mark. If a bowl is already on the 2 metre mark, the jack will be placed on the mat side of the bowl, sitting on the 2 metre mark without touching the bowl. So a kill on an extra end, a kill here, a respot on the 2 metre mark would happen.
Thank you. Well
Thank you
played.
for asking me the question, Joe. Obviously that all off the top of my head.
It didn't sound as though it was red.
Articulated that very well, Alex.
Yeah.
Did sound better than normal. There we go, Neil on the forehand. Wasn't far away either.
Constantly here like that to bowl low, but work off that.
A lot of tension.
Don't be narrow.
And if you are,
said-
be short.
If you are going to be narrowed. don't-
Yeah.
Yeah, I need more weight. Yeah, off mine you can get it, and you're about that far off.
There we go. Neil on the forehand.
Nominated the shot. No flukes.
He's on
In
the
he
tight
goes.
side too.
Oh, he might
Here's
just
the
get a bit
back
of
one.
luck here.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, dear.
Wow.
What a result again.
Oh, the weight was perfect. Couldn't have done that much better. And now we have a wall of bowls at the front.
Oh, he picked the right one.
He certainly did.
Yep.
And now they're sitting there holding a national title on the head with a bowl to come. Can Keanu salvage this. You've seen
He's the
Neil do
man
it.
for the job.
I agree. He is the man for the job, isn't he? He sees that blue one there of his leads.
On the forehand.
He's watching
He's
it.
in the area.
He is.
He's in the area.
He's
in
got
the
it.
area.
He's got it. He's
What
got
a shot!
And it goes.
What a stunner.
What a
What a
bowl.
great shot.
You see there Sean Mulholland applauding.
Yeah.
That was a top shot.
Absolutely brilliant stuff.
In that position, all you're wanting is your opposition to have to play their last bowl.
Yep.
Now, Neil has got a good yard and a half to draw this, but it's in the ditch, it's an off-centre. This is where you just got to be a little bit sensible. You do not have to draw it to the lip of the ditch. All you have to do is get within a yard of the ditch, and it's shake hands, take the gold medal.
Doesn't even have to take a wider green or anything, does he, really? It's just setting it up there.
Is he there?
No, he's... Oh!
He most certainly is.
Yeah, he is. Enough.
Ah,
Who won? It was them.
Wow. The big bowl
They
by...
all look like winners.
Big bowl by Neil there, I think.
Or do we
Maybe
know who won
not.
yet?
well, we're assuming. Who won it?
Yeah, it's Keanu and...
Is it? Yeah, certainly
there we
Neil
go.
Fisher doesn't look all that happy, but... So he must have just been a bit short. It didn't look as though it was going to
Yeah.
reach up there. And yet we haven't... well, just watched the boards being cleaned down. We haven't seen the official score yet. Is it... Yes,
Yeah,
it is. There it
yeah.
goes. Darby and Stevens of Northeast Valley have won in an extra end over the Fisher-Mulholland combination from Browns Bay. This man here, coming back slowly, carrying 2 of his 3 bowls, played a blinder with his last, taking the jack into the ditch, staying in play, and it was then up to Neil Fisher to try and draw closer to the jack. He couldn't, and so it is the team from Northeast Valley, the Otago champions, now become the national champions of the Somerset men's champion of champion peers. We're going to have a few highlights and then we'll reposition and get on to the women's game, which last had Picton leading the Hinawera Bowling Club. Highlights now. Oh, they're finished. Have they finished here? I see the pairs about welcome back. We see the two skips. That's Jenny Anderson and Deb White. Looks to be a congratulatory end to the match, or is it not? That was the...
Yes, it is. Yep, it's all
yes,
over,
it is.
over, John.
It is. And when we last saw it, it was a Picton combination in front, and it does obviously appear that Picton have gone on to win this final against the Hinawera heat. Helen McIsaac leading for Jenny Anderson. We were to have seen them early today, or no, yesterday in fact, but they won all their matches and didn't need to play that last one, so we didn't see them. And there they go, the combination from Picton. Helen McIsaac with the sun visor on, and Jenny Anderson, her skip, writing down the score. They'll be absolutely chuffed to have won this. They've beaten a very, very polished combination in Deb White and Bev Corbett. And it is two South Island teams winning the Somerset National Peers this weekend in Dunedin. It was North East Valley winning the men, and it is Picton winning the women's, the National Champion of Champions, sponsored by Somerset. The Peers have finished here at the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium. My thanks to Alex Reid and to Joe Edwards and Dave Edwards as well for commentaries this weekend. Next weekend, we are back here for the triples in the Somerset National Champion of Champions. Thanks everyone for watching. We'll see you again soon.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.